No, it's Lego Rock Raiders. Or did they call it Maniac Miners? Because I thought Maniac Miner was something different. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here, and I'm just going to throw some more tables, some more thrones into here. Oh, so that they don't get sued? Is that the reason for it? This is true. Usually I'm the one giving them the instructions, though. So maybe I am the maniac to maniac all miners. Kind of amazed how good the moods are, all things considered, considering when they enter the map, they just see a shit ton of dead bodies. How's the runner doing? This dwarf, like, is the dwarf who survived who came the closest to dying against all fucking odds. Speaking of all fucking odds, I need to go over here and I need to throw a... Okay, I need to make hatches. I think we'll get this built up here. Right here. We'll get this built up, and I'll get it locked up pretty quickly, and then we will dig down to the cavern layers, I think is the plan. And this may also be where we catch things. Because I can make this into a very long hallway filled with traps. Because this is connected to nothing right now, so I could seal up this side, open up this side, and then just fill this whole thing up with cage traps. Homie got hired by LEGO to dev for them. Oh, really? Well, that's good for them. It would be cool if they're making an official remaster, but I'm kind of not expecting that. Because I generally don't expect much from LEGO. I kind of just expect LEGO to disappoint me, to be honest. They're a big enough company that, like... Yeah, I don't expect anything from LEGO. Okay, let's go back over here. And also throw some of this down. So I can expand my tombstones. I mean, I've said for a while, Brian, I will stream the long night if it gets a tile set. Full animations? Probably never. More animations than it currently has? Possible. Person in YouTube chat. Okay, you're going down this way to make a look catch cover. I'm cool but confusing. It's just knockoff 40k. That's all it really is. Got to learn some there. Got 10 rock mechanisms complete. Nice and quick. Most of the dwarves are constructing buildings with blocks. 20k. I don't know, mate. Half the numbers, that's for sure. I mean, it's 100% less than 40k cost-wise. It's free. Well, I guess it's the cost of Dwarf Fortress. however much you paid for it. How are we doing with busy fort? Busy? What do you mean busy? Well, I mean, the dwarves are busy, but they're always busy. Technically, yes. DF is free. Now you don't even notice how good the game is? What do you mean? Oh, so at first you were thrown off by the lack of animations? I feel like if the dwarves moved smoothly like they do in other games, the game would be significantly harder to play because this game, yeah, it doesn't have smooth animations. However, the dwarves move like 5 times the speed of most other games that are like it, to the point where, like, I don't think this game would be playable if it had, like, smooth movement and such, which is usually what people mean when they say they want Dwarf Fortress with animations. I wouldn't mind the little swiping combat thingies to indicate when 2 things are fighting. Some more stuff like that, but... yeah, and they do it in a way that's very easy to follow. Like, it's a sprite-based game moving, 1 tile at a time. But yeah, I don't think Dwarf Fortress will ever have complete animations. There's just no reason for it. It would just make the game harder to see. Like, I wouldn't mind, like, a little... what's the word? Like a little swiping animation or like a little hammer animation or something when they're working in a workshop, or maybe like animate the workshop slightly with like 3 or 4 frames. But I think like if Dwarf Fortress becomes too full of movement, it would actually be harder to follow. Like it's already a very busy, dense game. I don't think making it busier and denser is actually a positive. I think all it does is it appease 12 people that aren't playing the game because they make excuses about not playing the game. And if you appease those people, they still won't play the game and will just find something else to complain about. I think that, yes, the game could use some more detail, just like it could use some more sound effects, like clicking sounds when you click the UI and such. However, I think just adding animations for the sake of adding animations doesn't really help the game much. Yeah, I mean, like, well, I find the little pop-up bubbles to be a little bit difficult to follow, personally, because they do have those for moods, and I think those kind of suck, actually. But, you know, like, I would like to see a dwarf carrying a boulder, physically carrying a boulder, or at least blinking between like they used to in ASCII, so you could see what a dwarf is carrying. Or, like, you know, stuff like that. Like, small things, like, just add more sprites to it, more than anything. They do for moods, Celesty, but not for what they're actively doing. They don't have it for everything. Yeah, I don't think the graphics should be the priority either. I think the UI should be the priority. Although Putnam talked about that quite a bit. The long-term plan for Lua modding, by the way, is just a fully modular moddable UI. Why did I put the levers together with the tombstones? Because I started putting the tombstones there because I hadn't really built a fortress yet and I needed tombstones. And I started putting levers here because I hadn't really built a fortress yet and I needed levers. And this is just where they are now. They're not together for any particular purpose. I just needed the levers to be in a central zone that was easy to access, and they're in a central zone that's easy to access. There is no logic to it other than that. Happy Camper in YouTube chat. Do you know why Mario-like animations fits best? Mario-like? I mean, that's still smooth animations. I don't think that would fit or improve the game in the slightest. I know that some people say that I'm crazy. I find RimWorld harder to follow visually than Dwarf Fortress. I don't think smooth movement would benefit the game whatsoever. I don't think additional movement would benefit the game whatsoever, outside of maybe combat and indicating that somebody's working in a workshop. Outside of that, I think just more sprites would be helpful. Like, it'd be nice to see this dwarf carrying bricks. Like a load of bricks. Like, but that doesn't need animation. They can still jump from tile to tile. Just show that they're wearing bricks. Yeah, it would just be awful. You know, show that they're carrying a slab. Show that they're carrying whatever they're carrying. Okay, the next thing I need to do is I need to go down here. Shell it is. I mean, I think that adding unnecessary visual busyness to a game doesn't provide more information to the player. So, like, you know, the wheelbarrows are an example, right? Where, like, the wheelbarrow is in front of them when they're pushing it. If you could show what's in the wheelbarrow, that would be a benefit to the player. Similarly to, like, how they show what's in bins, barrels, and pots now. Stuff like that. Like, that's adding more visual information and clarity. Yes. Like, I don't mind the dwarf just standing in the middle of the workshop working. That's fine. No, and that's literally, like, Tarn was... there was one time I asked Tarn about, like, smooth movement in a meeting, or in an interview, and Tarn's more or less response was, like, yeah, we could do that, but it would take, like, a year and a half of engine rewrites. And it's like... I don't think you actually want... I think people want content and, like, UI improvements. I don't think people want another 2 years of engine rewrites, because, guys, we did that recently. We don't need to do that again. Okay, we'll just let them get it done, because they'll get it done. I mean, there is more audio planned for Fortress mode, and Tarn has said as much that, like, that is a thing that they are looking into doing. But it's, again, it's not a priority. I think Dwarf Fortress has visuals now, right? And I think that something that a lot of people who play modern video games and didn't play Dwarf Fortress before it was on Steam care about a lot is visuals. I don't want to, like, burst anybody's bubble here. I'm pretty sure the lowest priority in the game right now is the visuals, outside of adding new sprites for new things, and sprites that literally don't exist in the game. I get the feeling with the development of this game. It has graphic. Good enough. We'll polish it when we can, when we have time. Not the biggest priority. I think that's a pretty good way of doing it. But maybe I'm off base. I don't know. Like 80 different die combinations. That's not even adding new graphics, though. That's Tarn programming a color wheel into the game. Because, like, the colors... Okay, if you go look at the clothing sprites, they're all matte colors. The game changes the colors of the clothing sprites based on the material. And the game has, you know, 256 possible color combinations. So, adding in dyes isn't actually adding graphics. Does that make sense? It's just giving the player the ability to... it's just tying systems together, which is what Tarn does. So they're not good... Like, clothing won't look different. Used to play Dwarf Fortress with a server over SSH. You know, of all of the features that Dwarf Fortress could leave behind, I'm kind of okay with them leaving that one behind, Wizard. And you want to know why? Because it's so irrelevant for the vast majority of the community that, like, it's a neat novelty that you used to be able to do that. And if you want to still do that, you can still do that in older versions of the game. I don't think that's necessary. How else would you play it at work? That's a you problem, mate. Can't help you there. Train my dog as a hunting dog. Maybe it'll kill this bird for me. Why am I not seeing animal training? Also that, I guess, you could play it using Steam Link. I mean, I think every, like, non-minor patch has come with some sort of sprites, even if it takes us a week to notice what they are. Brian Burton. On a Steam link on work computers? This, like I said, I'm sorry that you've lost that feature. If you would like that feature, keep playing in older versions of the game. I have a very hard time caring. I know that's like the brutal response, and I can't tell if you're joking around or not, but like, genuinely, who care? I don't. If I'm supposed to, oop. Not if phone don't have internet at work. Maybe they work in a military bunker, 200 meters below ground, Kilda style. And all they have is a server that they're connected to, so they simply load the game upon a server. But I think at this point, the only support for the old community that Dwarf Fortress doesn't have, that Dwarf Fortress needs, in my opinion, we're in an ad break, so I'll pause, quite literally is keyboard support, which Putnam's working on. Slowly, but surely. Honestly, that's the only thing that Dwarf Fortress actually needs from those old versions. Everything else is like, if you lose it, that sucks, but they gotta move on. There was somebody on Reddit a while ago who made a Raspberry Pi Dwarf Fortress build that was built into a picture frame and used DF Hack AI. It's not actually AI. I don't fucking think that it is. To play the game for him, which just automates different DF Hack auto build scripts and stuff. Which is kind of neat, having an infinitely replaying little Dwarven fortress in your wall. Full of ghosts, mostly, killed with style. Welcome back, Necrontier. How was day? How many migrants did we lose? Lots. But we also got some in the fort, and a duckling killed a titan. I mean, I agree with that. Queuing up a specific item for encrusting would be nice. Having more specificity for encrusting would be wonderful. Or any kind of decorating, actually. But yeah, I guess I'm a little bit... This is a fault of mine, or a fault of me, a fault that I have. I'm an imperfect being. I have a very hard time feeling bad or empathizing with, I guess, maybe the better way of putting it. People who miss a lot of the features of old Dwarf Fort. And the reason I have a hard time empathizing with that is because the conveniences and the improvements made to this version vastly outpace the few annoyances I miss from the old versions. And that's just my opinion, I guess, at this point. Whereas, like, yeah, there's some neat novelties with the older versions that do some things that are neat. I don't think, for me personally, there is anything about the older versions that tempt me to return for any reason whatsoever. Very much looking forward to circling back on this one. Cheers, Julie. We'll put a trapdoor on that. Okay, so let's go down into here. When I say old versions, though, I am specifically referring to versions in the pre-Steam universe. That is specifically what I'm referring to. Play a map similar to the old school mountain on one right style without needing to find one yourself, but the game is so much better now than it was back then. Yeah, oh yeah, no, I would. So you know how Tarn has talked about scenarios for a billion years, Adeptus? You probably know this because you remember the 2D days. I would like a scenario for Dwarf Fortress called like old school or classic or something. That's just that old map. Or like a custom game mode. Like it would be really cool if either via Lua or somehow we could contort World Gen to just make that old map again. That would be badass. I would love that. Because something I've been wanting to do now for a few months or longer. I want to recreate Boat Murdered. But the problem I'm having is I would need to find a map that looks like that with the right stuff to do that. And then because of the way the game works now, I would have to do it on multiple layers and run it like a Dwarf Fortress stage play where I would spend like a week trying to orchestrate a specific event to happen that the game's not designed to do now in this version by rebuilding that map on a flat plane. I've been thinking about this for a while, and I'm still like stumped on a bunch of problems of no idea how the fuck I would make that work. But looks like some migrants made it in, and a duckling killed a titan. Also, there's a child ghost. This duckling, who, hold on. We named it Darkwing Duck, but apparently never got its name. Killed a titan. It killed that titan. Yeah, it's like, it's an idea that would be really fucking cool if I could pull it off. But, like, it's just not a huge priority at the moment. What was I doing? That duckling does, it sharpened them itself. On the skin of that titan. What was I doing? I had a thing that I was about to do, and now I've spaced on what it was. It's midwinter. Well, whatever. It'll come back to me. Animal training. Already did that. See? It's a hunting dog. I mean, I guess I could remove it from this. But no, that's not what I was intending to do. These are getting worked on. Oh, this needs a one of this. Ducks do have teeth. Although, is this in the burrow even? It's not. Well, that's the problem. It's like, why? Well, then don't go there. Well, it's not in the burrow. That's why. Duh. Look at me, genius. It's about the vicious evil he represents. He? Yeah, I guess it is a he. That duckling. Thought that gate was closed. Let's go all the way up to here. Uppers to here. Oh. Well, I need... Oh, I remember what I was going to do. Slab. That is correct. They have like little... They have like a bit of a serration on their beak more than teeth. Okay, well, these two reindeer are eternally headbutting, I think. This guy's still trying to strangle this yak. Child's been laid to rest. And final, the abominable smoke zombie, class present, is just hanging out there viewing the fighting and wants to admire art. Well then. Well, now this thing right here is what I'm going to do next. I'm going to go down a layer right there. And I'm going to cry slightly that I don't have more blocks that are pretty colors, but that's okay, I'll live. Also, I realize that I'm just digging these out and getting rid of them, but that's so that I can cancel the lower layer and just have the upper layer worth of blocks, not the lower. All right. Did I not start making more rock mechanisms? I guess I didn't. Probably just queue some up to be made periodically, but let's just make 20. Stoat Jack is fighting. Stoats are funny critters. Okay, up here. Can now make a drawbridge. Down here, I'm just going to go one stair. So this map is very shallow. Let's see if we can hit the lava sea. That is the hope, is hitting the lava sea. That's odd. It was just timing. It's probably just not enough dwarves to do the tasks, but... And there we go. You got your first gremlin visiting? Ooh. Oh. It's also super weird playing in this map because I'm so close to a previous embark, I'm not getting any of the you discovered a new biome notifications. Which is a little weird, actually. Oh, this place is cool. Found a lot of pyrite and diamond, star diamond. Okay, let's see what we actually have around here. All right. Also, look at how close we are to the caverns. Oh shit, there's something stinking over here. What's this? It's a rotten Crundle corpse. Great. It is spattered with Zob ruthless seduced the deep lies forgotten beast extract. I don't like that. That's a bad sign, actually. I think we need to get these done pretty quick. Let's see if we can get all this stuff done quick. I think that that's more of a remembered beast at this point, but... Dwarf Metalsmith, Abominable Smoke Zombie, was struck down by Tomb's guilty. Well, at least they admitted it. How you doing, Oxtrot? I presume, Oxtrot, that you've heard about the Forgotten Beast issue in the current versions, right? It's one of the things that made me jump to a much older world. You confirmed it yourself? Okay. That was a lot of sounds all at once. Putnam said more or less that she knew what was causing it and that it would be tedious to fix, so. You've discovered an unusual wall studded with gems. Okay, so it was a magma pool and an unusual wall studded with gems. Let's get this one done. I'm just going to prioritize... Actually, let's skim down and see. Oh! Okay, where's this magma... Ah, well, that's convenient. So where's this wall studded with gems? Right. Basically, like, right here. So hold on. What is above this? Here. So I could just start digging right here, basically. And then go down through here, and then down into there. All right. Well, we'll see what we can do. I'll just leave that X there so I remember. I'm gonna have to build a cool bridge over that or something. Let's make sure nobody runs off into this cavern. Man, these elk doing damage over here. This one's Droplet Attic has killed another one of my zombies on the surface. Hopefully Final is gonna act as the final boss here. The problem is I need to memorialize these two zombies that have died now. Because if I don't... Let's just go... Oh, that's a engravers. Let's go up here. Slab. Slab. Engrave slab. And, M-O-R-U-L. Okay. You over here are constructing building. Let's just go down through here real quick. Oops, nope, not far enough. Let's get this done. I'm also going to go up to here and dig out all this. Bad. Stop. Go back inside. Right now. Thank you. They're weather zombies from an evil biome. If you're confused about the details, right here, if you watch about the first 5 to 10 minutes of that video, it'll explain everything because we are just north in the exact same embark location as that fortress. And no, it's not a coincidence that I'm replaying a fortress that also happens to be connected to my most viewed video of all time. That's me hoping that I can make a sequel. More than anything. Yeah, no, this is a world that I more or less stopped playing almost a year ago now. I think I last played it in October of last year. But so far, I mean, we've got the Struggler. It was a pretty good, notable duder. Is this yak who's immediately eternally getting strangled by this mountain titan. We've got a duck, in which we named Darkwing McQuack, who killed a titan. We have a titan that killed an entire migrant wave. We had a, like, pretty skilled caravan guard become a zombie and then leave the map. We've had all kinds of fun things happen. It's been different, but maybe a little bit easier than the last time I played this map, purely because I don't have, like... What's the word I'm looking for here? I don't have cavern invaders this time, which is actually, like, making things quite a bit easier, but maybe will let us get further. Basically, it's just kind of a, let's see how the game is, how much and how exactly the game has changed. Let me just use shale. I just want this to be sealed up. And down into here. Let's just dig over to there. And I'm thinking maybe just get rid of these. Wait, sometimes you miss what in Selena? Oh, the cavern invaders? I miss them in concept. I don't miss them in reality. I miss the concept of them. The concept of them is quite fun. You know, like, armies that can invade you from the caverns is cool. It's a neat idea, and I like it. I don't like how they worked mechanically at all. And I don't miss that. But outside of that, you know, like, yeah, to a degree, I don't disagree. I think there are some elements that they provided that, like, the existentialness of them is fun in a way. But yeah, the reason I, like, kind of immediately abandoned that last fort was because I found out the day after 2 days after we started it, that I wasn't going to be able to play that fort, which had a theme entirely built around, you know, finding Forgotten Beasts and making them fight. And it's like, well, okay, so Forgotten Beasts don't have their abilities at all. There's no point in me running that fort then. Whatsoever. It's cherry opals. Is that literally just one? Hold on. Am I misreading this? City and wall. It's all semi-molten rock and magma flows. Just trying to figure out where that... It's like right beneath here, isn't it? It might literally just be one layer thick. Yeah, no, this world has always been like a 25 layer thick map. Like, it's always been ridiculously shallow. Well, let's just dig down here. To right here and just get a better look. Oh, that's terrible, actually. Have they thought about rolling the game back? So I feel like that might not be a bad idea with a bug that bad. Because a lot of people are fucking up a lot of worlds that are being generated. It feels a little bit irresponsible to leave that in the main branch. Like, straight up. Like, that seems bad. They really should. Jeez. There is a chance since... okay, so... Grenade in YouTube chat. Or Grande in YouTube chat. Forgotten Beasts can be building destroyers. I've had it happen. They're not bugged anymore. It's just a really rare like thing that happens. But I've definitely seen it. I've seen them rip doors off hinges. And I don't think it's to do with whether or not they're Forgotten Beasts or can or cannot be building destroyers. I'm pretty sure locked doors just can't be ripped off of hinges. Like, because I've seen them topple objects. I've seen them topple statues. I've seen them topple levers. I've seen them topple other things. But I haven't seen anything topple a locked door. With the exception of a cave dragon, which I've seen topple a locked door. So, I don't know if locked doors are just stronger than people remember. I think it might be just that. Like, I think there's a definite possibility that we might be Mandela affecting ourselves into thinking that tightly closed doors and locked doors are the same thing. Because they used to be able to get through tightly closed doors, but I'm not positive they were ever able to get through locked doors. So yeah, I don't know. It's a odd thing. I need to see where this is. What is happening for freshly generated worlds? Forgotten Beasts have no abilities. We don't know why. It's, I'm actually, like, it's very rare that I, like, look at Bay 12 and Kit Fox and go, hey, fucking say something. But they should say something about this one and or roll it back. Because it's like, if you generate a world right now in the live build of the game, Forgotten Beasts are just completely nerfed, and things that are supposed to have abilities aren't appearing, apparently, which I'm just learning about. Like, they should absolutely fucking roll it back. 100% they should. Because that's like a debilitating bug. Anyway, you have discovered a unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Where is it? Okay, so it's literally right there. Oopsies. It's right there. And then there's also one... Oh, I see. There's also one in here, apparently. Huh. Let's just get that sealed off. You're expecting a fix tomorrow morning, precisely? Well, that's good. I still think they should have rolled it back already, but I'm not changing my take here. Anyway, I don't think that really discussing it anymore at this point changes anything. All it's going to do is piss me off. That's all. But best of luck on your updates, Oxtrot. For those of you who don't know, Oxtrot works on DFHack. Forgotten Beast that I can't kill has arrived. It's named Ozdaxmu Sodermanstu. It is a great skinless chinchilla, terrifying. It is twisted into humanoid form. It appears to be emaciated. Beware its deadly spittle. Chat, I need a round of beers for fucking good luck, because God help me. Okay, so it's in the lair where I don't think it can get to me. Shouldn't be able to get to me. Maybe this is the one that was spitting on things. It's a skinchilla. Sure. Did you kill Crundles? Yes. It's been here for a bit, actually. Well, that's exciting. Meanwhile, these two are still fighting. It's out of sight. It didn't leave the map. It's just out of my fortress's line of sight. It will be back. Oh yeah, most certainly. It never actually left. Also, this can be unforbidden. And also, I can just go here and do that. This will seal us up now. Okay. Still making wooden cages. I'm going to go all the way to the end of this. Go down a layer and move over to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's what we need. Let's make 20 more. You made it into the earth. Yes. We made it through our many resets. Can Forgotten Beasts leave the map? Not unless you kill them. Once they're on the map, they're on the map. Until they die. Chat, the game is saving. I'm going to go use the toilet. I will be back momentarily. All right. I'm too brave. Letting the game run. You thought you could assign weapons, though? Can you not assign Treasure of the Gods to military units? So there's this weirdness where sometimes the Treasure of the Gods are not considered part of the faction's, like, options. And I find you can usually assign them after you build a, what's it called? A pedestal, assign the item to the pedestal, they put it on the pedestal, then you unassign it from the pedestal, and then you can assign it to somebody and they'll equip it. Which I know is weird, but if they're not equipping something, try that, and if that doesn't work, then it's the wrong size for them. Peculiar Lobster, hello, it's good to see you. Good news, chat. I have a road-ish thing. It still needs, like, asphalt, but there's a road in front of my apartment again. It's no longer a 15-foot hole. I'm very happy about this. Roads better than hole? Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it's nice to also have electricity, and they had to update the electricity lines in the hole. So, you know, it's been a long couple weeks while they built the hole. Turns out filling in the hole way faster than drilling through like concrete and rock to get to the hole, or get to the thing in the hole to put it in the hole. So early spring, we may get migrants. Wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? Everything on the surface right now is opposed to life. I'm not going to wait until we get migrants. So if you'd like a dwarf, I can give you one of the dwarves from the last migrant wave. Otherwise, I don't really understand the request. Which one would you like? We got Bomrek, we've got Iden or Deduk or Edom. Well, no, why do I keep reading Edom? Edom's already taken. Or Obak. No, they're not all taken. Believe it or not, people have like gotten very, very lazy about redeeming stuff. Like it used to be like on the dot, 45 minutes, it would get redeemed immediately. And so I made it cheaper and more common, and now it like goes 3 hours a lot of times. So people redeeming anything. Let's go over here. Let's just call you Lobster. Lobster, the mechanic. Ring Alley is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this, and she values friendship. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She is conflicted by this as she values artwork and its creation. She is often cheerful. She likes to take it easy. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and enjoys the company of others, and points and shakes her finger when she's angry. She exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated. Oh, something I was going to say before I left. Because I was talking about building destroyers and forgotten beasts, I wonder if it would be possible to make higher level building destroyer forgotten beasts more common using Lua scripting. Like a hard mode rebalance. You know? That would be neat. I'd be cool with that. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, enjoys the company of others, and points and shakes her finger when she's angry. She exhales sharply when she becomes exasperated. She dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She personally has the highest regard for loyalty, finds leisure time wasteful, and respects perseverance. I don't know how one would do that. I'm just thinking out loud, but that would be something that would be neat. And respects perseverance. She dreams of creating a great work of art. And this dream was realized. She likes porcelain, pericluse, lead, resin opal, date palm wood, giant sloth tooth, lorikeet parchment, the color pruse, passion fruit wine, or passion fruit vines for their fruit. And I didn't know passion fruits grew on a vine. The more you know. The words of the prophet of wandering and the sight of the cardinal blossom, and when possible, prefers to consume giant puffin and persimmon wine, and can't stand blood gnats. She's a novice axe dwarf and is friends with Stormwolf. Fort welcome to ye. Okay, that's done. I kinda want to dig over to here. Just have to put a curve in it. Or, let's do it this way. I have to put a curve in it or it feels wrong. Let's go over here. Just go chunk, chunk, chunk. Let's do something like that. What are you thinking of potential-wise specifically, or are you just thinking about the Lua modding stuff? Or the scripting stuff? Try Pandemonium. Struggler's still fighting. I'm wondering, are we going to get migrant waves this year? It's a little hard to tell because my faction isn't reachable from this fort. I'm also going to go down to here. You're all hooked up. The last thing I need is I need a hatch right here. And once this is constructed, I just need to ramp up right here. This one seems to be the only Zambi left here. And there are cages down here. In fact, I'm going to go throw an additional one in. Modding Myths Magic Siege. Well, I mean, this has been all but stated in the, like, in the Future of the Fortress, which is, like, the scripting stuff is the precursor to Myths and Magic. Like, that was part of the long wait. It was, like, the map rewrite and the raw conversions were, like, the two things that Tarn had, like, hyped us up about for a decade about what would be in the long wait. It was the raw conversions and the map rewrite. And it's like, that's some magic maybe sooner than we think. Although what I just hope that the Lua conversion stuff doesn't run into too many roadblocks like this one it's currently hit. And I hope it accelerates. Because if it accelerates, that'll mean kind of a lot for Fortress mode. So that's what I'm really hoping for right now. So Crabapple here is going to go carve up that ramp. For lucky, we'll get magical sieges, maybe. I'm just... The thing that worries me about Magic, more than anything, is how the game's going to visually communicate it. That's what worries me about Magic. That's the thing that worries me. It's like right now there is some abilities that things can have that kind of are more or less are magic. Which is the, like, bolts, the ice bolts and the force push and all that. And it's so hard to tell when spells are actually happening in combat. So, sparkles. Sound effects, maybe. But right now, I just, the only things I'm really hoping for Dwarf Fortress are twofold. I hope that somehow Dwarf Fortress is able to find a little bit more of its audience that I think it deserves. Here you come. Got him. That's one. Seal this. Lock this. We've now got another door built and another zombie caught. What did that do? What's the effect of that, of brain rot being cast on it? Or does it just make them into like a... What's the neckbeard pointing behind him meme? Isn't it soy something? Anyway. Oh, it literally rots their brain. Okay, well. I'm sure that cockroach is totally fine then, right? Doesn't really need it. Still acts as cockroach. But anyway, yeah, no, it would be neat to see stuff. You mean mend back? Band crack? Ahunavira? I didn't think it would be so literal. The casting of brain rot. But yet here we are. This may also just break us directly through this. Whoop. Chat. One, there's a troll fighting with a Crundle, but let's just close this for a sec. I think Final killed something. Killed a weasel. No idea how, but killed a weasel. And also seems to have strapped his pickaxe back up to his body. But Final killed a weasel. I don't know what you're going to do with that information, but he did. Down here, we're smoothing this, and then I will fortify it. We'll peek through. This is me being a bit ambitious, because I don't know how far we'll make it. But what if I made them fight with hell? What if I somehow managed to power up an army of zombies and then release them into hell? What if I did that? Hypothetically, of course. So this, right here, is the spire. How tall is this? One. So here it's not tall at all. This area is very sealable. So I could dig over to here, and I could floor this off and wall these corners off. Do the same on this layer. We could start with this one. How many blocks do I currently have? Basically none. Let's make some rock blocks. And wait for some migrants, I think. Make zombie demons. I want to say yes, because I don't think I showed it in the video, but at the very end of the last time I did this, I did teleport some demons onto the surface, even though they weren't pathing to the surface. And the short answer is yes. So now that I kind of have a much better idea of this map, I know what I want to do. I want to release hell directly to the surface, or as directly to the surface as is reasonably possible. And just let them have it. That is my goal for this, because I didn't manage to pull that off successfully last time. And then maybe release an army of zombies onto the surface is kind of what I'm thinking. That's kind of what I'm thinking. What do you think, chat? Does that sound like fun to you? I think I'm also going to go over to here. Dig out a space over here. And this can be storage. It's like unfinished business, if you will. And grow the fortress entirely through births? Oh, no, I mean, like, releasing everything onto the surface and then letting them have the surface is the end of the fort. I'm not going to play it longer than that. I think that a fortress like this can very much outstay its welcome. No, we will grow the fortress through migrants until we do that. When we do that, fort's done, basically. It's kind of the way I see it. Doom versus 28 days later. Yeah. Or, like, if the fort survives, I guess, then it would be like a... I'll retire it, or not retire it, but I'll just save it and give you guys a save file if you want it, and then you guys can do what you want with it. But my goal for this is to finish unfinished business from that first fort. How small can I scale myself? Oh, when you say my head, do you mean like, can I do this? So YouTube chat's asking how small can I scale my head? It's confusing the hell out of me. Are you talking about me doing this? Is that what you're talking about? Hold on. I can't actually see. This is too small. Okay, what I would need to do is I'd need a purple background that's the right color, but... Does it fit? Kind of. I'm like flexing at a weird angle to try and cover the entirety of it. Or I mean, I guess I could also be like, okay, this is itty bitty me. Okay, itty bitty me, go over there. No, too small. There we go. This is how you can tell that it's a fort where not much of interest is happening, is because people are like, hey, can you like make yourself small enough to be a dwarf? But yes. I turned into Diglett. I'm not sure how I turned into a Diglett, but... Forgotten Beasts can be zombified, yes. What is this fort? This is a sequel to a fort that... Where are they? Oh, shit. I think they may actually be dead already. Yeah, they literally started in a... This whole migrant wave is dead. They literally arrived in a pool of abominable smoke. Diglett... I mean, Diglett's like a wiener popping out of the ground, though. I don't think my head looks like a wiener, no matter how small I make myself. So yeah, no, this whole migrant wave is dead. Most likely. But we'll try. Going to make a meeting zone right here. I'm going to unforbid this. I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to follow you and see what happens. You're overcome by terror. How did you manage to not... Uh-oh. Well, the donkey is a zombie and is chasing this dwarf. This dwarf is making it. Let's follow this dwarf. I don't know how that other dwarf made it in, but not the zombie. Uh-oh, a guinea cock died. That's concerning. Where is it? Oh, okay, so this child zombie is murdering a baby zombie, is murdering the mother of the baby zombie. Dad is over here fucking running away as, well, I'm not going to say as he should, but he is. Well, there's also a meeting zone over here, which... Okay, hold on. Let me just pull some levers. This is the side with the most chances of survival, I guess. So this door closes. Let's go open this door. Now, up here, we've got this whole row of cages. Let's let's take this out of the burrow. Let's take this out of the burrow. Let's take this out of the burrow. And this out of the burrow. That doesn't need to be a meeting zone. Neither does this. Okay, so mom's dead. Baby's dead. I presume. Might as well be. Well, that's unfortunate. I do still have one new arrival who's dying to a zombie donkey, which is unfortunate. I've got this dwarf who's kind of in the middle of the map somehow. And then I've got this dwarf who's running away from a zombie that's right there and is now dead. Meanwhile, Final comes running and tries to help, but fails miserably. So you died Dad died over there. We still got this one, who's very far away from literally everything. Who maybe has the highest chance of sort of possible survival, maybe? Although you're gonna run away when you see that, right? Huh, maybe not. This is pretty safe. This dwarf is continuing to... Oh my god, maybe I'll make it. Okay, because there is a meeting zone right there. Fuck! No, dwarf! Don't do it! Don't run! Don't run! Turn around! Turn around, you dumb bass! I'll close this. It's like just the worst spot for them to arrive. Okay, well, we still got option 2. Good time, dwarf, go woo. Right there. Run, dwarf. I don't know why you're turning around. That's not wise, but... Darkwing Duck is currently fighting with a dwarf right here and is injured. This dwarf is now a legendary fighter and wrestler. Adam. This child is now a legendary fighter and wrestler. And this is still a baby. This is strangling the dwarven child repeatedly. The duck is trying to kill them. The duckling smoke zombie pushes the abominable smoke zombie in the upper body, bruising the skin. So he's like headbutting them. This one's strangling this one. And this one doesn't seem to care all that much. And this baby's just like, I'm a baby. And meanwhile, this dwarf is still running around in utter fear. Oh, also, about that duckling, for anybody who missed it, because someone seemed surprised, that duckling isn't any ordinary... This is Darkwing Duckling, okay? Darkwing Duckling has killed a titan. This is a reckoned to be threatened with. Most certainly. It literally, like, bit its head, and it was destroyed. Also, Zonky. Thank you. I'm going to write that down and take that one. That's a good term. Siphon. So, let's follow this one dwarf. Maybe we get another dwarf. Maybe we don't. Okay, here's what I'm going to do, because this area seems a little no-go. So I'm just going to forbid this. Hopefully you path south. Go southwest. No? Okay. Southwest. South dwarf. Down here. Yeah, right here. See? Right there. Or right here, even. Put 2. 2 meeting zones. Maximum temptation. There you go. You're going the right direction. An ad break is about to start. I will pause the game when the ads start. Come on, dwarf. It's just a little bit of major trauma. You can make it. I have some faith in you, Big Earths. You just have to walk past the ancient dead bodies and the recent dead bodies. I realize the next place you can go is like this scary dark hole. But go down in there, you know you want to... Here, let's undo that. Damn it! Chat room. We got another one. Population goes up by 1. Glorious success. You know, I don't know about successful, but I'll take it. Okay? If you can get over this trauma, you can get over anything. I've seen a couple dwarves named Diamond Gate before, and I love that name. We're in an ad break for another 50 seconds, so I'm just gonna let it run. Glorious non-failure. Lesser failure? Lesser failure. It could have been worse. We could have gotten none again. Yes, they will in fact get over it eventually, or they won't and become a slubbering, blubbering mess. Is your dwarf still alive? Yes, actually. Would you believe it that I've only actually lost 1 named dwarf? And that's final. What about you, Letteran? People have asked me this. I don't know. Kitty phone. I do not know the answer to that question. This lucky daughter of the gun. Okay. Romanoid prefers to discuss ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues and can handle stress, and isn't particularly ambitious, lives a fast-paced life, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She likes to brawl, and though she dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she is curious, and of course eager to learn. She doesn't focus on material goods and doesn't seek out excitement, and she has little interest in joking around. She tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to form tenuous art. And she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is troubled by this, since she dislikes the natural world. She begins to talk more slowly when she's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is a hardened individual. Wow, you're already hardened? That was fast. Basically, that means Dwarf's seen some shit. This dwarf should probably head up my military, actually. Personally finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Oh, well, how about wrestling? And doesn't particularly care about good craftsmanship and doesn't really value merrymaking. Well, how about I make you my militia captain anyway? Because you seem like you would suit the job. Already hardened. I wonder why. Yeah, right. All right, so I need to open this gate. Let this dwarf out. Would a pickaxe count? I mean, I could give her a pickaxe. I actually have quite a bit of iron, though. I brought a lot of iron ore with me into the fort at the start of this fort. Okay, nothing's locked. You should be able to enter the fort now. Oh, great. Dwarf, why are you standing on the murder bridge? Hold on. Wouldn't it be ironic if she, like, dies to a bridge? Let's go down here real quick. That bridge is very dangerous. It's like none of the doors are locked. I don't think. No, nothing's locked. How about I tell you to go stand right here? Okay, well, that works. Uh-oh. A mechanic has been missing for a week. Well, it's unfortunate. Yeah, that's what we're doing. It wasn't you, Lobster. You're still alive. This was a different one. She's admiring. She's probably just surprised that there's a door and also dealing with some major PTSD. Seems like a future hammerer. Yeah, possibly. Where did she get wounded? She's not wounded. What? Where did who get wounded? The Dwarf of Abominable Zombie has been struck down. Where are you going? Oh shit, Edom did. So Edom was this dwarf's mother. Also named Edom. Olbach was the mechanic. Wait, no. Oh no. So, this child, chat, was from the last migrant wave, who probably killed most of her family. This is all I've got right now. Anybody got a better name? Or would that be the infant, if the infant gets a bunch of kills? Maybe the infant, because this is a kid. The question is, we've now got an unstoppable force, I think. No. The duckling and the child appear to not be fighting. We need to catch this child, chat. We need to catch this child. Chat, I need a name for this child. The best I can come up with is Chucky. No, Chucky is in, like, the child murderous doll thing. He's only adequate biker. Biker. Biter. Whereas legendary observer, striker, wrestler, fighter. Did this baby kill anything? No. Okay. Did the duck kill anything else? No. It's tried. Jeffrey. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'll just go with Chucky. Chucky! The zombified child. I think we need to catch this thing. I mean, he does dream of crafting a masterwork someday. I think all I can really do right now is just add more cage traps to this. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for that very successful, quote-unquote, migrant wave? Also, the frame rate's starting to drop. There's enough fighting on the map now that frame rates are starting to get tough. And by that, I mean I've lost like 5 FPS. Which is ridiculous for 14 dwarves, but... Well, it could fly, and the web-slinging titan can't shoot up. Well, let's dig into this. Because what could possibly go wrong? Right? What in the Dwarf could possibly go wrong? Let's make a couple. And then immediately forget. As you go weave thread into silk. Terror from a dwarf. I mean, terror from a duck. I don't know what a above is, but that's definitely a duckling, not whatever an above is. But yeah, I'm going to extend that row of cage traps and see if I can catch some more of them. A dove above. Sure. Yes, definitely. Oh, this needs to be hooked up to a lever. I'm going to put this down in here, separate from the rest of them. Hook that up to here. And now we've dug our way into the base levels of the caverns. And now we just need to do this. Now we just need to do this. Well, maybe a little bit more than just this, but this is certainly a start of it. You know, I haven't needed to make a hospital yet, because every single time like a calamity like that happens, the dwarves are just fucking dead. It's like, well, I guess you gotta look on some of the bright sides, right? Let's pause this task. I certainly don't need dwarves looming thread. Or collecting webs, I guess. Let's just pause all of this. Let's pause all of this. Let's continue that, and pause that. Let the dwarves go do completely unrelated tasks. Mostly constructing walls. You just lost 50 dwarves to a Forgotten Beast attack, followed directly by 2 from the underworld? What the fuck? I have a question. What was the ability of the Forgotten Beast? What kind of beast was it? What was the kind of demise that you met? And this right here is going to get connected to this. Right there. Not dead bodies, but if they bite something that's living, the living thing becomes it. Sometimes, because if they break skin and the broken skin gets covered in, well, if a dwarf gets the abominable smoke on them, then they become an abominable smoke zombie. And most of the smoke zombies are completely covered it from head to toe because they excrete it. So it covers their teeth. So if they scratch, bite, or like manage to touch them, basically they play tag. When you get tagged, instead of becoming it, you become a bloodthirsty murder monster. They play tag. I don't want to go dark. I wanted funny names. Prime Minister of Silly Things in the YouTube chat. And Chucky was the only funny name I could come up with. And everybody's naming actual serial killers and criminals. I don't need that in my life in this game. I wanted something funny or punny, and I didn't see anything, so I just went with Chucky. And that's what I'm sticking with. Y'all had an opportunity, but I've retracted that, right? Because I think Chucky's funny, and I wanted something funny. Can necromancers turn into zombies? Yep. They keep their powers, too. I had a necromancer vampire once, who was probably a necromancer before he became a vampire. Probably. Maybe after. I don't know, actually. It was an interesting time, nonetheless. But yeah, when I'm looking for nicknames for dwarves, I'm rarely looking for something that's like grim. I'm just looking for something punny, something that makes me laugh. I think I answered that question already, Sej. Although if a vampire becomes a zombie, they're not going to maintain their powers. Although, if you want to see the most terrifying thing ever, position a necromancer in front of a were-creature that's currently cutting your population to bits. It's maybe the scariest thing I've ever witnessed in this game, is just an entire wall of limbs flying everywhere and then immediately splitting and contorting and turning into... every single limb turns into a full-fledged creature. Basically. After something gets bit by it. And they're zombified. So it's like zombified were-creatures en masse, essentially. I need to get drinks going again. It's happened a few times, and it's always been insta-dead for it. Madam Pestilence in YouTube chat says, The Thing, 1982. Yes, more or less. John Carpenter's The Thing. You will experience fear. Bow now, bow now, bow bow bow. I'm going to be a little ballsy here. I'm going to dig through to here, smooth and fortify this, then channel down into this side. So I want to see how much lava is actually in here. Ah, of course it's... Of course it's gems. That's obsidian. Okay, hold on. Let's just go over to here and start making stockpiles. Let's go blocks. Stone and clay blocks. Let's just go gems, generic. Let's go cloth. I mean, like, hands, fingers, head, leg all become different. Like, if a dwarf gets bit and flies to 30 pieces, and there's a necromancer nearby, every single piece of that bit dwarf becomes a fully fledged were creature. I think only... I don't know if it happens a second time, because they've always killed my fort the first time. So I don't know if it's like a multi-time threat after that initial splat, but... Well, once undead, nothing can drink Plump Helmet wine, so... Got 4 shale blocks left. Could just put a spot of dolomite right there. And now we finally have a full-size tavern. Well, I finally finished paving my tavern. Skin can get reanimated. EXE 9G. Mangled skin can't get reanimated. But skin can get reanimated. I've seen it recently. I think it's hair that doesn't so much these days. But skin absolutely gets reanimated. Okay. Now let's go over here and smooth all this. And smooth all this. First of many ghosts. Ah, we're out of slabs. Make 20. And should go up again to here. Place more slabs. But yeah, what makes you think that skins can't get reanimated? EXE19G, have you just never seen it? Because I've certainly seen it, so I guess some little question marks as to how you've never seen it. Because to me, like, skin getting reanimated is like kind of a really common thing. You've seen wool get reanimated? Yeah, no, I've seen... I remember Tarn once saying that, like, as long as it, like, theoretically could, like, reach out and grab something, it can become reanimated. Because that's, like, their limitation, I guess. Let's just get rid of 1 or 2, 3 of these. I've just got too many of them. Don't need most of them now. I need constructions. Covers of the mouth or a graspable... Yeah, if it can bite or grasp, it's a candidate, yeah. Or elope. G'day, Jarwin. You and me thought and said the exact same thing, Ed. Yeah, DF has Return of the Living Dead zombie rolls. Yes. And hair is killable now. I will just... The reason I'm like, yeah, no, skin can be reanimated is I will never forget the zombie neck, the zombie human neck skin that killed maybe a dozen pieces of livestock by pushing them and scared the crap out of some children. And then a military dwarf walked past it and kicked it and it died. We'll never forget that. One of the funniest things I've ever seen. Not the, but one of the. Uh-oh. Okay, Bismuth. Number 1, no, that's not a bug. That is an intended feature with an unintended side effect, which is, they're asking, does the bug allowing curled up creatures to attack still exist? I don't know, because I haven't seen it. I don't recall seeing it get patched, but I don't know. Chat, has anybody seen that in recent times? I haven't encountered it. Oh, also, we don't actually have a temple yet. Should probably make one of those. How's Strangetomb going? Pretty strange. I don't know. Still summer. Mate, I can't wait for it to be like November. I'm so tired of summer. Still warm. Chat's quiet. Summer. Oh, because it's dead, Buster Scruggs? Fair enough. Why are the dwarves quite angry? Mate, have you seen the front door of this fort? And also, they're not quite angry. 2 are a little annoyed with their lives and are not the happiest. Why? Ghosts, monsters, demons, terrifying things. They hate their lives. This place sucks. Why do you think? Like, genuinely. Why do you think, mate? What do you suspect is the reason that these dwarves might be unhappy with their existence? Is it that they live here? Possibly. Possibly. Just possibly. Yeah, all things considered, these dwarves are shockingly okay. I am very much in that party. Camp? Party? Boat? You know, there was one time relatively recently where I had one upset dwarf. And everybody just obsessed over, like, why is that one dwarf so mad? It's like, well, their wife died, their child died in front of them, and then they were wounded and left in the hospital for 6 months. It's like, it's kind of the same with here, where it's like, well, why is everybody upset? Well, you know. Mostly it's just, shit just takes forever to actually complete right now. I just really want them to go place those constructions, but... But for some reason, they don't seem super interested. Like, these are in the burrow, so that's certainly not the issue. How about I, cancel all these jobs and re-up them? But yeah, it's almost like the gauntlet that you have to run to get into this fort usually requires you seeing every single one of the people that you knew and spent your whole life knowing die in front of you. Something's going on. Go here. They can go there. Okay, that's it. I'm gonna go down here and see if I can place them in here. Something's weird. They shouldn't be having so much trouble placing these. Or placing anything for that matter. Hold on, does the hauling job cover construction? I guess that must be it. Why would a dwarf move here? Chat, why would a dwarf move here? If you were a dwarf, why would you move here? I guess you never need to see the sun. You don't need to be too social. They have beds. Dang. Bragging rights? Lost a bet. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's exiled from greater society. Well, no, because they're still members of society. They're not exiled from society. Speaking of, we're in summer. So, I mean, there's treasure everywhere. So it wouldn't just be summer. Or it wouldn't just be that. Dude, try plugging it in. Same vibe as what Neezer just said. To be in a YouTube video. Valid, yeah. Shallow geothermal for foraging. It's exciting. It's not boring. Another group did it apparently, and well, if they can do it, and nobody ever heard from them again, but I'm sure that's fine. Sure, nothing bad happened. That's what I needed. This is a large part of the reason why the fort isn't thrilled right now is because there's a ghost popping around. I'm just gonna leave tasks paused. That ghost is gone. Let's see. Any others? Not currently. Just all the things that are opposed to life and this troll. This troll felt uneasy when seeing a troll's dead body. Did you kill a troll, Mr. Troll? No, you didn't. Well, you witnessed a troll get killed by something. Unfortunate days for poor troll. Yeah, I'm not going to do anything with this just yet. I'm just going to pluck away at the edge of this. Okay, let's go here. Only select to do this. I don't have a custom detail randomly. Get rid of this. Only selected. Okay. So this has some upper layer problems that I need to solve, which can be solved pretty simply by doing this. Just gonna go around up here and just like build in. Same with that. Put a block there. Put a block here. And then down on this base layer, I can just mine through all this. Most of these drawers are just putting shit away right now. I think he's trolling us right now by saying that he witnessed the death of a troll. Okay, why are you so pissed off? Haunted by the dead? Yeah, do it. We're gonna make a temple up here so they can all find their god. Because honestly, I assume that that's something they need to do. Really? Dolomite's the one I have, or Siltstone's the one I have the most of? Okay. They need God or anything? Yeah. Gods. Keep your options open, you know? You wouldn't want to bet too wholeheartedly on one god in case they turn out to be the one that created all the demons in the first place. You know, normal fantasy world problems. I really hope we get another migrant wave. And I really hope it's more successful than the last one. Speaking of, since I'm hoping for a migrant wave, I'm going to open this. I'm going to keep this open. Keep that open. And I'm going to remove this. Well, that's already been removed. I'm going to remove this. And this. And then I'm going to go up to here. And I'm going to wait. Actually, hold up. Before I do that, I'm going to go up here, and I'm going to go across the top here. I'm going to forbid everything. Of course, there's nameless dwarfs. We've got Bomrek. We've got Iden, Deduk. And that's it. Or zombies, which are also technically still dwarves. We don't have enough dwarves to dedicate to a particular religion, so that would be a waste of floor space right now, Blazables. So, no, don't need any priests, thankfully. Bomb wreck. You're here to wreck this bomb. Insulina cleared Cloister, finished up some work, and that was satisfying. Believes in a austere lifestyle, disdaining even minor immodesties in appearance, and strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He often acts with compassion and tends to think before acting. He doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and tends to avoid crowds. And generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and he has little interest in joking around. Often, he feels cheerful. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments, and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others. No, he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, so he's not swayed by the emotions of others. I was guessing. That wasn't very accurate. He works to square his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess, and does not often feel lustful. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shit weather. And is a hardened individual. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values nature. What's up, Freda? Welcome, Raiders. Check, can I get a round of beers for the Raiders? What brings you around these parts, if I can ask? What were you guys playing today? What's up, Robert? Amazium? And Sexy Seal? Totally an engineer? Do I need to trust you because you're an engineer? Do you now, Dr. Birds? Well, hello. You're not a certified engineer? Have you seen that YouTube video? Trust me, I'm an engineer. It's a YouTube classic. Very much a YouTube classic. Never really seen anything about Dwarf Fortress before. It's like flat Minecraft. Basically. You used to play Dwarf Fortress on stream. Huh. Well, I vaguely, like... Well, I certainly recognize your channel icon, but... I don't know. Just doing the weird world of just chatting then, I presume, or something? Well, hello. Welcome. Dwarfs is fun. This map is a fucking catastrophe. This is me replaying a map from ages ago. What I've been telling people is to type an exclamation point goal and then watch the first 10 minutes of that video, but here's the very short version. This is a bugged map that I found over a year ago now, where if... Instead of just having one normal map with, like, normal effects, it has two stacked on top of each other, which makes them unpredictable and ridiculous. So instead of just having, like, a normal, calm, serene biome, like it's supposed to be, it's a serene biome combined with a terrifying biome, so anything that goes outside and gets rained on, or snowed on, for that matter, turns into an opposed-to-life zombified husk that wants to murder everything in its path, including this duckling, which we named Darkwing Duck, who lives over here right now, apparently, who killed a titan. If they are a creature that can train, so like a dwarf, they do slowly gain skills as they kill stuff, and get stronger. And they're not technically dead, but I can't let them into my fortress or they will murder me. There's no metal on this map whatsoever, so I don't really have any way of fighting this at all. We also have some kids like Chucky here, who murdered his dad and mom. And I think most of his family. And is a legendary fighter, wrestler, striker, and observer, and was a 3-year-old child at one point. Now can't stand, but that's fine, because he's still legendary, so he's probably, like, walking around on his hands. And there's also a zombified baby over here, which is fine. But up here, we are trying to see if I can catch some of them right now. Just seeing if there are... Oh, this one here is, like, infinitely fighting, currently, with an elk. Because the elk is also a zombie. So they're probably just, like, punching each other and, like, not being very effective. The elk is constantly missing, and the abominable smoke zombie is scratching the elk repeatedly and not really doing much but bruising it, and it's glancing away. So, yeah. They're both legendary because they're both trying... They're just fighting for all eternity. They're locked in eternal duel, basically. This one's even a legendary biter. It's terrifying combined with that skill. And yeah, so if you're wondering why my dwarves are not the happiest, that's why. Because all of their friends died on the way into the fortress, most likely. There's also the struggler, who's this yak who lives over here, who's just getting strangled for all eternity by this titan. I guess they're good friends? I don't know. But yeah, this map is a clusterfuck, but I just would like to see if I can cage trap some of these critters. Some of these critters, because that would just be useful for me. Because then theoretically, if we get another migrant wave this year, they'll have a lower chance of dying, but they don't seem super interested. None of them do. Although the important question at the moment is, Lanix, thank you very much for gifting us up to Deep Space. Well, hi, Deep Space. What's up? You survived the tsunami warnings, I gather. Me and Deep Space both got the same tsunami warning over the same tsunami, and we both live on opposite ends of the planet. But, like, you know, both vaguely face an ocean. Which was amazing, because I was out on my deck, kind of looking at the ocean going, wonder if I'm going to die tonight. And I could hear off in the distance some guys down by the docks listening to Black Sabbath really loudly, and I heard one of them very drunkenly shout, "Where's this fucking wave? Fucking scam." And you know what? I support their endeavor. You love that one YouTube essay about Old Dwarf Fortress? I mean, there's a lot of them. This morning at 6 a.m.? I didn't. Was there another earthquake? Arch crystals? Not really. Arch crystals is a very long-term fort. This is, I guess it's similar in that it's weird, but I don't really think it's got much in common with Arch crystal. Yeah, I'm just gonna close this actually. I'm not super hopeful that any of them are gonna come over and get cage trapped at the moment. There's no reason for them to. We should just focus on the dwarves. I guess maybe because like I spent a lot of time reading Arch Crystal not super long ago, so let's just get this made into a temple. So these dwarves can go find whatever god they need. Go get your god, please. Certainly don't want visitors. But we don't have any glass in this map at all. So I gather you survived both of them. You're 2 for 2. Deep space. You were at the doctor when you heard your phone nearby in the alert playing? Yep. Yeah, no, I'd finished eating dinner with my parents. My parents were heading home, and I walked into a craft brewery to grab a pint. And the bartender goes, "Greg, we're gonna die." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "I just got a tsunami warning. Apparently we have 2 hours to live." I'm like, "Okay, can I have a beer?" She's like, "I'm scared." I'm like, "Well, then go home." She's like, "Well, I'm not that scared. I got 2 hours left in my shift." Okay, you're good. But you're like 2 miles inland. Yeah, I can see the ocean. Well, I can see a very inlet bay. I can't actually see the ocean. What are we trying to gather? Okay, here's something I'm gonna do. Items are inaccessible in this map because I have the door locked. I'm just gonna jump over here and then forbid everything in our little safe space. Oh my god. It's Gorlak. Huh. Look at that. It's a Gorlak. Sorry, Gorlak. Apparently we're out of food. I did turn off farming, didn't I? No, actually not for everybody, but... I'm actually going to butcher some stuff. As well. I did forbid everything, which is why we're out of food, so I'll just go down into here and forbid all this. Okay. I'll forbid that. Let my food come back. Come on, dwarves. There's plenty of food right here. It's fine. Quit panicking. See? Not out of food. There's a dwarf down here telling a story. What story do you tell? The dwarf Tosid branded Rax became the exalted silver of the denomination of brass. That would have been when I was playing here. Let's also get an altar made if I can. Nope, don't have them. All right, now we wait. Let's see if I can let these dwarves get slightly less pissed off at themselves a little bit while I do some low-key construction down here. By low-key construction, I mean like this. Let's go up to here. And let's also go over to here and dig through all this. Doink. Right there. And we'll also dig through that. You make them into citizens. I do that when it's not like a fort that I'm trying to beat, if that makes sense. Like, if I'm just goofing around and having fun, then yeah, this is kind of more of like... So this is a bit more of like self-imposed challenge fortress, you know? So if it wasn't that, then I'd be down. But oh my god, that legendary and everything Gelder got struck down by Fondled Faints, the elk, which kicked the zombie in the upper body with their rear hoof and the injured part collapses. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a thing. What was your name? Dulmot. There it is. Dur Dulmot. There is no Dwarf. I'm starting to understand what Dwarf Fortress is now. You know, there's a negative review on Steam for Dwarf Fortress that I think actually sums it up kind of perfectly. It's a colony builder that's also mostly fantasy Mad Libs, where you try and approximate a fortress based on, like, a pile of ridiculous prompts. And, it's very rare that, like, I kind of go, yeah, that's pretty much it. When it comes to negative reviews, because normally negative reviews is, like, kind of a... If you've played too much of a game, you can usually poke holes in it. But I can't poke any holes in that one. Like, that one's just like, yeah, no, that is the game. Like, you got it. And if it's not for you, then that's cool. But, that's the game. It's fantasy Mad Libs, where you try and approximate happenings, or try and interpret, I guess, happenings based on nonsense that happens in your fortress. I think that this lava might actually be beneath it. Who's smoothing a wall? It's you. Go get him, Hylam. The other thing that you need to know about Dwarf Fortress, if you've never seen the game before, is this. They have very detailed personal histories that impact how well they get along with other dwarves and what jobs they want to take. And they also have very detailed personalities, which shift and change based on their experiences. Positive or negative can change their future personality traits and change how they respond to different situations. This was doing Crusader Kings before Crusader Kings in many ways, Rotager. I don't really like anything I've played in any Paradox game. But I'm very familiar with the existence of Crusader Kings. This is like, was doing that before that. Obviously in like less in-depth formats that were less readable to normal people, but like... Crusader Kings is an analog a lot of people draw here. And we got this dwarf going down to carve a fortification, which is probably going to just dump a bunch of water everywhere, if I had to bet. And kerplunk. Wow, that's a lot of water. Ironically, I find a lot of Paradox games to be harder to get into than games like Dwarf Fortress. So, I don't know about you, but like... I don't know how Crusader Kings is a game for normal people, I guess. Wintersy, long time. How have you been? Feels like it's been a while. I guess it hasn't been Z Winter in a while. Chat room, we've got another one. We got some more migrants. These ones may actually have a pretty good chance. Yeah, it's been months, hasn't it? It's been like since February. So yeah, it has been since winter. Purple moss? Yeah, it's called cavern moss. that happens in the deeper cavern layers. Finian. So, scanning around, I don't see any goo on the ground. Zachris, thank you for the $1. This is the closest location in. Some dwarf better go pull a lever. It's gonna be this dwarf. This dwarf is still just standing out here. Wait. I have really high hopes for this one. Come on, dwarf. This dwarf gets it. Wait. So it's this lady and her husband. Go this way, dwarves. And this guy, who's a wounded dresser. We could use a surgeon. Oh, this might be our opportunity for great success, chat. I don't have any high hopes, but I do have hopes. Not a zombie, excellent. Not a zombie, also excellent. If they stand there, or like anywhere over here, they're dead. But if they just walk straight in, that's 2, 3, 4. Is there more? I don't think so. But that was a 100% success rate. And you know what? I'll fucking take it. I will fucking take it. Look at that. Oh, hell yeah. Look at that. They saw a porcupine. And they also only saw a porcupine's dead body. Well, that's a win. Welcome to your strange tomb. Yeah. It's mighty strange because there's no coffins in it. Just slabs. Five-star combinations? Let's not get ahead of ourselves now. I mean, we have beds. Previously, we didn't. So, I guess that counts as 5-star. It's certainly star. Does something change if they've seen specific corpses? Let's just say... Okay, I have a question. If you see a dead rat on the side of the road, is it going to cause trauma for the rest of your life? Maybe, but probably not, right? Now, hypothetically, if you saw 55 people piled up in a gruesome mound, like completely obliterated into a trillion pieces, would that cause some post-traumatic stress? Because it's like the difference between seeing a dead porcupine or seeing 12 children. Like, as an example, we're about to get hit by ads. I'll pause the game when the ads hit. That's a dead porcupine, right? This is a pile of dead dwarves. And a titan. And a bunch of livestock. So, you know, it's that. Had examples ready? I mean, there's also this. This is a dead dwarf. And also witnessing conflicts can terrify them. So, like, this is a giant titan right here which has 48 notable kills and 42 other kills. The meaning of the universe, obviously, which is a... His trunk is gone, and his teeth is gone. A gigantic one-eyed theropod with a curling trunk and a regal bearing. Its mahogany feathers are patchy, beware its poison bite. And it's just it's trying to strangle this undead yak. It's not working. It doesn't know that, but it's trying. So you can't say it didn't try. Or like, you know, this dwarf who's got 20 kills now. I like that all of the different little squares on the map have different names. Killed an elk in the glade of pine. Killed an elk in the flaxen rock. Valley leap. Killed a porcupine. Strangetomb. Like, it hasn't left the map, but it's killed them in these different spots, which have different names. Looks like a painting. I'm not sure who that is, but I'm sure that's a good thing. Okay, I'm actually going to go right here real quick and just make this into a log stockpile. That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to make a carpenter down here. Out of dolomite. I'm also going to make a crafts dwarf shop right here. Also out of dolomite. I'm also going to extend this down to here and out to there. Get some gem cutters amongst other things. And something I'm going to do is make wooden bin. Let's just make 40. Give these dwarves a chance to kind of chill, hopefully. I do think they've earned it. Are these name spots new? Well, you're not really... No, they're not even remotely new. You're not really supposed to settle on them. Well... It's supposed to be exceptionally unlikely that you settle on one. You can settle on them without using any hacks or anything, but, like, you're not really supposed to know that they're there. I'll put it that way. So, no, they're not new. They're, like, you can get directions to those in adventure mode. That's why they're named. Is there any reason for no quantum stockpiles? Mate, have you seen the population of this fortress? Quantum stockpiles add quite a few extra jobs, and the last thing I need is, like, to overwork the 18 dwarves that I have. I use quantum stockpiles in like 98% of my fortresses, but you just don't fucking need them. I need, like, if I were to use quantum stockpiling for anything, it would be for boulders, and like that's kind of redundant at this point. Like, moving items in mass is already kind of a pain in the ass when you have less than 20 dwarves. I had 6 dwarves for the first year and a half of this fort, so like being organized isn't exactly a priority here currently. Not dying is a priority. And having as few hauling jobs as possible has also been a priority. I finally have enough now that I can start getting some stuff into bins. And frankly, I would rather use bins in most cases because I like bins. Bins are useful. And they work exactly as you need them to if the item types in them is consistent. And they look cool. I like them. I might make a quantum stockpile for boulders at this point, but, like, I still don't really need it. Candy does not equal metal. Candy is its own thing. So there is no metal in this fortress. But every fort has candy. But there won't be much, because this map is very shallow. It only goes down to layer 13, and it starts at layer 63, and ground level's 48. So, like, it's a very shallow fort. Making it, like, there won't be much in the way of adamantine. I won't be able to, like, build 5 squads worth of adamantine soldiers this time, like I did in the last fort that I did. But yeah, not everything needs to be quantum stockpiled. is my actual reasoning here. Yes, it is. Perfectly regular candy. Definitely not regular candy. Candy's like... It's not secret. I mean, you've seen, like... You've played RuneScape, right? What make the green armor? What make the green armor, but closer to maybe dragon armor? It's like a... It's a secret thing that's down at the bottom that the game doesn't tell you about until you find it. But is also better than every other metal in the game. In most cases. And also, if you dig too much of it, you get murdered by hell. It's a good time. Haven't played RuneScape either? Well, you lucky soul. I wish I was as fortunate as you. That or you had nicer friends than me. Okay, so right here, I do have one gem cutter dwarf. Actually, I've got two.
Letter and cheered, X666. Demon money for demonic dreams.
Thanks for the $6.66, helping me crawl towards that daily minimum. Light around. That used to play Number the Beast. Before I was worried about getting, like, hit with a... What do you call it? Before I was worried about getting hit by a, like a copyright strike. It depends on what you're talking about. Sheep herder. Are we talking about design goals? Sure. Are we talking about specifically how the personalities work? Then it's Crusader Kings. Like, if we're specifically talking about the personality tree, that's what we're talking about. If we're talking about, like, trying to explain, like, the overarching goals of the game, then sure. Yeah, okay. But, like, if I could go 3 days of my life without having to talk about the similarities and very specific differences between this and RimWorld, my blood pressure would probably be quite a bit lower. So thank you for being the first person to bring it up today. Not that I have high blood pressure, but I would have lower blood pressure. You know, it's funny. Final's not becoming a legend. YouTube chat says Final's becoming a legend after death. Hardly. I mean, Final's a proficient fighter and adequate wrestler, which is like nothing. Speaking of, I'm going to try and get Final in here again. Let's try. Let's go for it. See what we can do. Waiting for this to open. I need a dwarf to come pull this lever. There it goes. Now, are you moving? Satisfied remembering work. Good for you. Supposed to go north. Question is, does butchering all that grammar get you grammar leather? Well, that's slightly concerning. Are you just... Oh, you're still trying to strangle that elk, aren't you? Well, that's good. Good luck with that, monster blob. Well, no luck up here, it seems. So let's go for the other option. There's two of them, Magoo-Kit. We got that Titan, and we also have this Titan, who is strangling a yak. Although it's unfortunate, because they're not actually training. If they were training, it would be much funnier, but they're not. Let's see. Thing is, Final knows where these traps are. Where's Darkwing? There. Shouldn't leave the game paused when I do silly things like this. Everything seems to be too far away. All right, we'll just wait for the next migrant wave. We'll just wait. You're into midsummer. Darkwing Duck is a duckling that killed a Titan. All right, that's done now. We got a dwarf right here who's cutting us some gems. The runner is moving from being an adequate miner up through the gem cutting ranks once again, cutting some diamonds for us. I think I'm going to go right here. Just make a furniture stockpile. We'll just start encrusting furniture with whatever. It's probably mostly going to be random bins. Actually, I should just remove bins from this stockpile. Oh, it does have them. So it'll probably just be random bins and then other bits and pieces of furniture. Let's also polish stones and encrust furniture with polished stones. I'll do it that way. So we can get good at encrusting first. Are there any monsters that can be inside of your cave and fortress? I mean, any of them can be. How the fuck did I find another magma pool? Any of them can be. The issue isn't can they be in your fortress? The issue is, are they killing everybody if they are in your fortress? And I guess it depends on the definition of monster. What? Oh. Huh. Hold on. I wanna know. Can you show me? I wanna know how deep this hole goes. Let's see what we find. Huh. Would you look at that? And I've discovered an unusual volcanic wall studded with gems. Now, where is this one? Well, curiosity killed the dwarf. Let's dig. You know, I'm not sure how much of a response you're looking for from me, but you're probably not going to get one. I don't play Crusader Kings. Is, I guess, the first thing that you need to know from me. I don't generally like the games that company makes. That's the other thing. And personally, there are ways a person describes a video game. It doesn't matter. Like, you know, when somebody's like, I've never played an RTS before, or I don't think I've ever played an RTS before. Can you describe 3 RTSs to me? And then I'm like, okay, well, Age of Empires, StarCraft, and Command & Conquer. Do any of those ring a bell? And they're like, oh, I've heard of StarCraft. Okay, suddenly I can now start to describe what a game is like. When someone asks what this game is like, and I say, well, it's flat Minecraft, but it's SimCity, and then describe the personalities as kind of something along the lines of a Crusader Kings, am I saying it's mechanically similar, comparable, or even identical, or even, you know, remotely comparable to Crusader Kings? Not really. I'm just trying to find an approximation or an analog of how to describe what this game is. So, is it the best comparison? No, not. I completely agree with you. But that's not the point, I guess. The idea here is, I think Dwarf Fortress as a video game is best taken on its own merits and not compared to anything. And for me personally, something that will confuddle me for all eternity is, how do I explain to somebody who's never heard of this video game, nor seen it played before, nor do they really understand what they're seeing on screen? How do I explain to them what this game is? And in reality, I don't think anything is really like Dwarf Fortress. I think Dwarf Fortress does most things completely differently than every other video game I've ever played ever. And I think that's what's special about it. However, I still need to have approximations to give people an idea. Do I have any plans for those magma pools? Nope. Well, one of them I do. Pikmin is an RTS. And so is Brutal Legend. What's your point? And I think maybe this is just me as a person. And maybe this is my fault entirely, and I don't know how to do this better. But it's impossible for me to stream this game without talking every 90 minutes about 5 other games that it's like. Half the time chat brings it up, and half the time I bring it up. And maybe I'm just feeding into this, and it's just become, like, the way my chat communicates with me, which I guess is fine. But can we enjoy this game on its own merits instead of, like, talking about how it's similar to 15 other games every 90 minutes? Because quite frankly, I don't give a flying fuck about any of the other games we often talk about and how it compares to it. But if we don't have these conversations, then chat just sits quiet. So I don't know what you guys want from me. I wish that we could just sit here and speculate and try and tell stories in this video game on its own merits. But that's apparently very difficult, so I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Probably drink water. That's probably what I should do. But yeah, that magma pool, absolutely no plans. It's far away, out of the way, and not somewhere convenient for me to do anything with it. The one that I do kind of have plans for is the one that's directly beneath me, which is right here. This one I do want to do something with. Probably use it to forge, metals. You like hearing what's happening in game? Sure. Me too. I'm trying, Celeste. I'm trying my best. through that without consequence, most likely. We'll see. Let's go cut out some more gems. Let's also dig out this. How many people are watching me while playing DF? Chat, I don't know, press 3 if you're currently running Dwarf Fortress. Doesn't matter what version. You play sometimes while playing? Wait, like as in 2 versions of the game at once? That's pretty intense. You're trying to figure out dye shops and barrels? I'm so sorry for your loss. Dyeing stuff in Dwarf, not dyeing in Dwarf Fort, I do that all the time. Dyeing stuff isn't changing stuff color. That's one of those mechanics I try to avoid in this game because it's a lot. It really kind of is just a lot. You can't watch other stuff while playing. I don't know what that means. So you don't watch while playing, I guess is what you're trying to say. A dye so nice, I killed it twice. This is very danger. So I think what I'll do is I'll smooth and fortify this first, because there may or may not be fire behind this. And I guess actually the way to do this would be to start, well, actually be to just go up here. This is actually the way to do it, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to go up top, because I need to do this as safely as I possibly can. So I'm going to go up to here. Does anybody know, are angels cage trappable? I presume they're not. But are they? You think they are Trapevoid? That sounds right. I'd be willing to agree with that, just on principle. So I'm going to make 2 drawbridges in here, which will seal off this lower layer here. And we're going to start caving this in over here. And by caving this in, I mean like maybe right here. Which we'll do after we finish digging all of this out. How many miners do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. They are Trapevoid? Good to know. That's a trap question for me, Arch. You'll almost never get a positive answer. I also wasn't ignoring you, I just didn't see that. And stop all mind control. So based on that very brief polling, and I can't scroll up Twitch chat again today for some reason. It seems like 4. Not many. Very few people are actually playing while listening. At least very few people are listening enough while playing to respond that they're playing while listening. What you playing then, later on? Is there a trader coming? In the fall, yes, not summer. Unfortunately, you're playing Minecraft? What's unfortunate about playing Minecraft? I like Minecraft, and I want to like Minecraft, but it kind of makes me motion sick as an adult. What's wrong with that? It's okay, so I would agree with you if you said Roblox, but Minecraft's fine. It's Minecraft, not Roblox. I guess what I'm trying to say is you could do a lot worse. Got a dinosaur mod for Minecraft and it's sick as fuck. Ah. Let's queue up some... I had no idea you could make wooden pots. The more you know, I guess. The more you know. I had no idea. Holy shit. Did you know that, chat? Pixel Jam's Dino Run 2. Are they releasing that soon? Because that's been like a coming soon thing on their announced games list for a long time now. Wooden pots. Like as in rock pots? I didn't know you could make them out of wood. I guess I never thought to look because, like, when I don't have a huge supply of wood, I don't make barrels, I make pots. I know that you can make glass pots, metal pots, all kinds of pots. Probably even pepper pots. But I've never made wooden pots. I know, yeah, clay pots as well. Why would you? I mean, because I just make a barrel? What defines a workplace having access to an item? If you have it like linked to a stockpile and that item doesn't exist in that stockpile, or that item doesn't exist on your map, or that item isn't in an accessible place on your map, to that workshop, it'll tell you it's not an accessible item. There are some asterisks to that, but that's generally the way it works. Certain wooden objects can catch fire, yes. That is, in fact, a thing what can happen. No, they are. The main reason to use pots over barrels is if you don't have access to the stuff to make barrels. Like, they're an identical use case. I just didn't realize you can make wooden pots. Or almost, I guess, almost identical use case, not an absolutely identical use case. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go over to here. And I'm just going to dig a staircase. Plugging all the way up to here. 3 tiles this way, or a few tiles this way. I'm just going to put a trapdoor on this. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make it so that if I dig too deep, intentionally or accidentally, or alternatively, although this is a bit of a problem. What if I do it right here instead? Yeah, sure, that's fine. Less pretty, but I'll take it. If I dig too deep, accidentally or intentionally, I want whatever comes out of it to just have a direct route, straight line. No conflict to the surface. That's what I want. I want it to just be able to be like, all right, boys, we ballin', and then just run directly to the surface and go fight with the zombies on the surface. I realize that will make my life worse in some ways, but that is kind of the hope here. That is the hope here. The problem is, I'm going to have this cavern layer to dig through. So, I have to go up to here. Get rid of all these. And, let's actually go priority number 1. Just go over to here. Dig down to here, and then we'll smooth and fortify this and see what's on the other side. So nobody was aware of them because the dwarves were too busy breaching into magma? I mean, I don't know what breaching into magma has to do with anything, but I didn't know that they were available because I never thought to look. You only really play multiplayer games nowadays? I used to have that sickness. I actually partially got over that sickness. Gamerman, I guess is how you say your name. By streaming. It's largely how I got away from it. That infinite death trap of only playing multiplayer games. It actually ended up being quite the negative for me. Almost entirely just playing multiplayer games. I realize that's not going to be the case for everybody, but for me, whew, it was a negative. All right, we've hit early autumn. Oftentimes, friends and you will be hanging out playing entirely different single-player games while hanging out on calls. Yeah, that's fair. At this point, I don't play any multiplayer games at all. Even, like, on my own time, I don't play anything that's multiplayer. I think, like, the last multiplayer game that I really got into was probably Clash Royale, and that was back when I was still commuting. Some of your fortress got new arrivals with minus 120 age and forbidden beasts as pets. Can you screenshot this, please? And post it in my Discord, Saw? I'll be honest with you, Letterin. I've seen trailers for that game. I've looked at the Steam page. I've seen reviews of it. I've seen people streaming it, and I have no fucking idea what that game is. It's like, genuinely, I don't understand what that game is. And have free friends awake when I'm playing games, even a problem with board games. I do a lot of solo gaming. Yeah, same at this point. Well, not same, but not same reasons, but same vibe. Not sure. I've never seen it before, which is why I would like to see it as a screenshot. TF is a good single-player alternative to multiplayer. I mean, that's... You could probably say that about city builders in general. But sure. I see the logic there a little bit. Okay, let's go here, do that. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back up to, I think, the tavern, right? Yeah, it was right here that I was starting to do this. Although maybe I'll just go down to this little unfinished office and start filling it up with levers. 1, okay, 2, 3. I don't have enough mechanisms either. Because I need 2, 4, 6. 20 more, although I do actually have a job queued up for it. Which means maybe I just moved or got rid of the workshop and forgot, so. Regardless, let's just make one right here. Excuse me. Continuing to cut gems. And fill things up with various cabochons. You know, people who play Marvel Rivals, and you're like, "That's nice, dear." That's kind of how I feel whenever I see streamers playing Marvel Rivals. That sounds like a video game. Marvel Rivals. It's just like, oh, why? I mean, why? Like, do you not like yourself? Like, I mean, I don't like myself either, but like, you could do better. You could do better. But, you know, who am I to judge? Play a game what make you happy. The rest will all just fill itself in. You're too old for that thing. I feel that way about most Marvel stuff, though. So, you know, I was like, I'm not sure where the next cavern layer is. I think this might be a lake. Right here. I think we may have collided with a lake. So this plan might be not foiled, but I may have to redirect it slightly lots. Let me just remove this. See what's on the other side of this sucker. Surprise aquifer? That would be a mighty deep aquifer. Like, that would be like twice the depth of cavern layer 1. I think it's actually me just colliding with the central cavern layer, which is this one. So the construction outside has more or less stopped. I'm going to go open the door so I have some fresh air. Aha! Breeze. I can breathe again. So we usually get traders and migrants in autumn. Cross your toes. Black Frost? What's Black Frost? You lost track of it. That's a very apt description. Yeah, okay, so there's absolutely just a fucking lake right here. Let's dig out to here and do the same thing. Smooth and fortify, get a little bit more of a look. Do I think a caravan would survive? I've successfully traded more than once. They usually leave through the caverns, though. I mean, I don't think they've ever made it in 100% successfully, but... But they also, like, you know, generally don't die. This actually should be priority 3. So I do the center bit first. Don't need either of those dug out. So they'll dig out the center bit, and then they'll go around the edge. Let's also go back up to the tavern. Down into here. You're going to connect to this lever. I mean, the last migrant wave, yeah. The last migrant wave was completely successful, or as successful as it could be. I'm actually going to pin this to F2 right here, so I can get back up here easier. So that one's queued up. This one down here. Just going to go over to here on this side. Connect you up. The zombies are still fighting on the surface. Oh, also I realize I've queued up the wrong dig tool. All the way there. Let's also queue this up to priority number 1, so I do that next. Up to here is now done. So smooth and fortify this corner. Get a better look at this. Well, I would say the last wave was also bloody tiny, Zachris. So, as successful as it was, sure, it was also bloody tiny, and I really wish there was more dwarves in it, but you know what? What can you really do? Four dwarves, yeah. 4 dwarves, but it was a 100% success rate, so. Does anybody else think that Discord should just permanently disable its DMing function? Because I can't remember the last time I got a DM from somebody on Discord that wasn't a bot. Like, you should only be able to DM people who are already friends. Like, that should just be the default setting, not a setting you have to enable. You haven't been around for a while. This is true. Well, welcome back. Where have you been? What you been up to? I mean, I get bombarded with friend requests already because I have that setting enabled already. I get like 3 to 5 random friend requests a week. Which isn't actually that many, but it's enough that it's like, all of these are bots! Okay, so this right here. There we go. Busy, worked, family, the whole thing, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, it's just summer. I'm just very used to considering summer to be very quiet. Oh man, they showed up in the worst. Well, not actually the worst spot, but they showed up in a really bad spot. Well, never mind. This was actually a really bad spot because now they're getting attacked by an evil owl that wants them dead. And now this yak is an abominable smoke zombie, and all of the stuff it was carrying is now on the ground. So this trading caravan has already failed, and this murder yak is probably going to murder yak them all to death. Unless this dwarf manages to become a better more successful, now it's a zombie, managed to become a more successful zombie, Paddle Dusks he goes by, he instead leaves the map. Yak Bull has been killed, Caravan has arrived, and I think they've all left already. Do I in fact have a traitor though? Yes, who's very far away, and I'm going to open this and hope that he knows what a door is and how to use it. I don't have high hopes, though. Let's see. Let's see. He is crying. Excellent. He manages to make it into the fortress. Is there anything nearby that's going to come and get caught in my cage traps? I don't see anything. Let's zoom back in. Go into here. Lock this. Go down here. Grab this. Lock this. Okay. Here comes the fun. Do-do-do-do, as they say. Well, welcome back, Einod. I was like, you know, this might actually be a... So, have you posted screenshots of this anywhere? I would really like to see this. Because I'm curious, are these... Actually, can you look at their descriptions? So, like, click on them, go health, and then description. Does it say that they're a forgotten beast? Like, what does it say? Like, what's the wording that it says? Did you post something in general? I didn't see anything. I mean, I would just say post in Dwarf or talk, but I just want to see, because I'm kind of under the assumption that these are necromancer experiments, not forgotten beasts. Because unless you've modified your game, which you probably would know about, or unless something really weird is happening, that shouldn't be happening? But what does it say in their description? Because I'm kind of having a hard time believing that they're forgotten beasts. Can you have the liaison named? Sure. You're going to leave the map in a couple minutes, but... Necro AVT. Brass Twist is your last name. Twist and shout. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, has a low sense of self-esteem, and is always tense and jittery, tends to ask for help with difficult decisions, and doesn't focus on material goods. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and he likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He often feels discouraged, is slow to anger, and generally is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He tends to avoid crowds and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally does not respect the law and sees competition as reasonably important. He has no preferences, has no kills, was accepting after being caught in a snowstorm and became less angry in the year 411. Oh. I think I hit it, but maybe not hard enough. All right. You're a member of the Gilded Coven, and you've got a large family, and you're married to a wife named Brigoth. You do have a daughter named Reg. Very regular daughter. Okay, so this... I'm going to jump over here. I wonder how many trips he'll survive. Well, he survived this one. Oh yeah, this area is just going to leak, isn't it? Let's also seal this in. I'm just gonna dig through the edge here and put a fortification right there. so that this can just drain. More than a few minor difficulties. So what you're saying is you're presuming dissonance. So it is time for diplomacy, but it's also time for also that. Thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs, mate. Appreciate you. Thanks for helping keep this weird channel funded. Some migrants have arrived. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the 5-pack of gift subs? And also, let's see. Screenshot. Checking for screenshots. Don't see no screenshots. Guess they're not posted yet. Do shout when they're posted. So if I mouse around, this area is relatively safe-ish. This is where we had a bunch of dwarves arrive before, and they were actually pretty successful in entering the fortress. I go over here and lock this in. Who's going to go pull the lever? It's Insulina, one of my miners. Pulls the lever. Now that the lever's been pulled, I can jump up here. The drawbridge opens. Then, I'm going to go to these dwarves. Neither of them have yet become nightmare creatures. I like how you gifted 5 subs before following the channel. You're going to go for midnight walk in a long smoke? That's what I did during the tsunami warning that we had last night. But good night. We'll see you. Have a good walk. Hopefully it's a less harrowing walk than the one these dwarves are about to do. So these dwarves now make a mad dash to the right. Don't feel anything after seeing it's just a porcupine. Could be a lot worse, dwarf. So they can't really go anything past this. Chat, we got one. Uh-oh. Oh, it's fine. Just a little bit of lag. It's 1. It's 2. It's 3. It's 4. It's 5. Holy shit, it's a puppy. Do I have a breeding pair now? No. No, unfortunately, I do not have, in fact, have a breeding pair. 2, 3, 4. Hmm? So far, so good.
You fucking donkey!
Hey, be nice to it. That donkey did nothing wrong. Okay, so down here is a murder donk. And also a murder dwarf. I'm going to assign all of these new dwarfs to in here, and I'm going to leave this door open for a little bit. Because I got some murder dwarfs heading towards me, except for this child murder dwarf who doesn't seem particularly interested. I was going to say, legendary miscellaneous object user, what were you pummeling them with? Wow, this dwarf killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other dwarves. Oh, you were part of that family that murdered the rest of the family. Okay, well. I want to get them in here. Cage trap them. They're all dead, mostly. That family. Okay, so there's this evil zombie child following this piglet. Shrimp Scampy wants you to post beers. So post beers, chats. There goes one. Not a zombie. Pool oils the subtle forests. Okay, so I've got Final, the zombie, who's completely decapitating this poor reindeer by thwacking it with his pick, which strikes it in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The piglet gets killed. The child then starts sprinting into the fortress after that donkey foal, which is now an abominable smoke zombie. They horribly murder it. That's one. Chat, we caught Final. We caught 2 of them. Are there any more coming? Very slowly. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know what a merlot is, but enjoy whatever that is. I presume that's a wine. I don't know why I'm presuming that's a wine, but I do have a crypt wine emote, actually. It just doesn't post beer or wine. It's grape. Ah, gotcha. Gotcha. I know, like, nothing about wine. What am I going to do with the surviving zombies? I may or may not maybe want to make them fight hell, maybe. Because I think that would be fun. I mean, like, this guy's a legendary wrestler, so... could do some work, potentially. So let's get that door shut behind him. There it goes. The way is shut, Dwarf. It was made by those who are not yet dead. Buddy. It's not that complicated. It's just some stairs. I know you're incapable of standing and mostly incapable of grasping, and you're mutilated beyond all reason. But it's just a set of stairs. You got this. I have faith. Ah. Huzzah! Chatterinos, we got him. We did it. I'm proud of us. The surface is still extremely dangerous, but slightly less so. So good job, us. We're up to 27 Dwarfuses. And now we can do some diplomacy. Conan Fab meets with the outpost liaison Necron, and they say, I'm a liaison from the mountain homes. Why do I still have to come here? There's much to share. Information has been added to the civilization and world info. And I'm going to request more iron, even though they're not going to actually be able to bring it here. And they have a need for armor. So do I, actually. So maybe you could actually, like, you know, make it to me next time. And so now we can put these cages into my stockpile. Although, actually, I think I will just need to make this stockpile bigger. I can add them to this stockpile. I mean, there are still titans and things fighting on the surface, but rumor of our community's acclaim spreads, and the fortress continues to grow. I can now go into here and give away some more of these bedrooms, because we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 unhoused dwarves now. And some of them are married. Thob and Ervad. I may even need to make some more bedrooms. What a glorious day. I don't like that very much. What if I do it like this? Nah, I also don't like that very much. Let's go with the bigger bedrooms. Not exactly short on space. What's making Lobster so angry? A lot of things. Actually, nothing recently. I want to say this dwarf just, like, saw a fuck ton of people's dead body, saw a bunch of people die, and also got haunted by the dead a whole bunch early on, and is now just this upset as a baseline, and we're, like, because they're not actually listed as stressed, which means they're recoverable. They're absolutely recoverable. Turns out dwarves don't like seeing piles of dead bodies. It's just a bunch of water dribbling down here, which is fine. Okay, let's go down to here. Go fortifications right there. This right here needs to be connected to a lever. So let's just go up to here. You're nothing and you're nothing. All right, you come here. You're going to get connected to this lever. And then you, right here, we're going to get connected to this. Also going to dig out that. And unpause the game. This area up here. Seems most of the dwarves are busy digging elsewhere currently. But, this game needs a psychotherapy update? No, it doesn't. All nobles provide psychotherapy. So, religious nobles provide psychotherapy. Your mayor, your queen. The more nobles you have, the more mental health compensation capacity your fortress has. A lot of people don't like nobles because, you know, they have demands, but nobles are your fortress therapists. So I don't think this game really needs a psychotherapy update. Mist generator, I might. I try to avoid using mist generators because they feel cheesy. Like, this fort is very much an extreme example where, like, keeping these dwarves sane is going to be difficult purely because, like, the barrier to entry is basically crawling over the people who didn't make it. That being said, I try to not use, like, mist generators unless absolutely necessary, and I don't think they're absolutely necessary yet. We might get there, but we're not there yet. If we get there, I'll do that, but I don't think we're there yet. Purely because, like, the dwarves that are truly pissed off in this fort is literally one. These three aren't bad at all, and everybody else is recoverable. So I'm gonna just leave it as is, I think, and just try to overcompensate by giving them better bedrooms, you know, satisfying their other needs. And instead of, like, not using exploits, but essentially just, like, abusing mechanics to fix it for me without having to do anything myself, because I like the part of doing the thing to make the dwarf less upset. I enjoy that part of it. So, like, right now, I could build libraries. A library, as an example, would be another way to give them more positive moods. Maybe make the tavern nicer. Let them spend some time in the tavern. It takes one macabre mood. Mate, I've had to try so hard to have a macabre mood. Like, the last major fort only had one, and that was because it was a vampire who I literally locked in a room by himself for a decade. Which, like, you know, deserved, but you finally posted it to Discord. Let's see. Wow. Holy shit. I have a question. You can answer this without showing me a screenshot. This Forgotten Beast, right here. Is he listed under this screen, or this screen? Like citizens, livestock, or other? Where is he showing up? Probably a while, because they would need high speech skills to be voted as mayor. That's what I'm trying to figure out, Nevik. I'm trying to, like, work backwards to figure that out. Or rather, I think that's what we're trying to figure out? I don't know. I don't think it's just me. But, yeah, good question. Speaking of good question, I know none of you asked, chat, but do you guys want to see me drop some rocks? I feel like that's one consistent thing amongst the Dwarf Fortress community, as we all like breaking shit. Well, it's time to break some shit. Almost. Not quite yet. But once, well, Basically, I need to make that bridge. And I'm going to link this lever to it. When that bridge is finished, the Dolomite Bridge, I will seal off the entire area, drop some rocks, and see what we can do. Are you running any mods, Saw47? And when did it show up? And how did it show up on the map? Did it, like, wander in and it was like, you will know why you fear the night, brr! And then suddenly you had a friendly Forgotten Beast? Or did something happen in between? It came with new arrivals. So you're playing vanilla, and it just wow. I feel like you should take like 40 screenshots and post that all on Reddit and be like, because I want some, and also maybe share that save file if you can, because I want to see some people science that and see what the fuck's going on. That could you actually like grab that character and like take a screenshot of it and post it? Because I'd like to see that as well if possible. That is whack, man. Because, like, I know I've heard of, like, giants showing up in Migrant Waves because they're, like, a god that joined a faction. But, like, it's always a wild thing. Speaking of wild thing, this is my first strange mood in the fortress. And it's the runner, who's my gem cutter. The runner, the nearest miss of the fortress, claims a gem cutter's table. Grabs rough pyrites. Well, begins to work furiously. Actually, I have another question. Is this a new world or one that you've had for a while? Saw47. Final, your zombie is still alive and well, your zombie is still a zombie. Not alive. Still a zombie and in a cage. But not dead. Speaking of zombies, Darkwing Duck is still alive. Has Darkwing Duck killed anything else? No, just the Titan. Well, I mean, started hot, I guess. What if I did this? You know what? That's actually tempting fate. I'm not going to do that. What if I did this? Get several more bedrooms out of this. Just like this. Let's do that and that. Yeah, I'm wondering, yeah. Maybe it was something with the new patch? If you know how and if you're willing to put the time in, I would very much grab that save file and, like, get it to the devs somehow. Or at the very least, like, archive it. Because that is, one, really fucking cool, and two, how the fuck? Okay, so I'm just gonna forbid everything in here. What is this dwarf here doing? Leaving. This right here is linked to a lever over here. Sweet. It's linked to here as well. Sweet. All right, so now the last thing I gotta do, dig up. And then run really fast. Let's see, is this even in the burrow? Yes, it is. 2 seconds, chat. All right, I return. And Tibbe, thanks for gifting us up. Appreciate you. Jack, can I get a round of beers for that? Mr. For Love Story. Weird question, maybe. Do you have suggestions for fun, ridiculous fort challenges? My best advice is to go to the DF Wiki and go to Playstyle Challenge, which is a room in the DF Wiki. Playstyle Challenge is a... How do I word this? Playstyle Challenge is a portion of the DF Wiki that is basically just full of player-designated challenges or ideas of how to complete your run. Story deserved a gift? I mean, hey. They're certainly not harmless. The The woodcutters never cut down any trees? The patch or DF hack? I've heard that there's been some crashes in the patch. Whoa! The runner, Gem Cutter, has created I-Gigigan, a pyrite bed, and offers it to the Strangled Weasel. I forgot that we named this group the Strangled Weasel. That wasn't what I was expecting. That doesn't sound even remotely comfortable, but must have been a really large gem. This is a pyrite bed. All craft store ship is at the highest quality. It is encrusted with trillion cut pyrites. You know, these are your modest quarters, Dwarfy. I'm gonna put your bed there. You can have your bed. And sleep in it, too. A bed for fools? Why is it a bed for fools? Okay, so now we'll see if this dwarf can successfully get up here. Run away, dwarf. Run away. Okay. Let's follow Snail, who exits here. Slam this shut. Oh, Pyrite's Fool's Gold? True. Okay, fair enough. I guess I didn't put two and two together there. So now if I pull this lever, that should collapse this. Should. But first, I'm going to seal this off. Oopsies, no, don't blink it. Pull this lever. Just double checking to make sure there's no dwarfs down in here. There is not. Now we pull this lever. Chat, we're about to cave in some lava unless I fucked up badly. So if you like to see things go boom, you may want to look up. And it seems like Insulina gets to do the honor. Save the game? Why? I mean, okay. Okay. Yeah, Bismuth, it sounds like you really need to share that save file. If it's a repeating crash, then yeah. It seems like they didn't quite get enough testing on the experimental branch, is my feeling. Come on, dwarves. Save game quicker. I just wanted to drop the thing. Go. Okay, don't. At least it's faster than the last big world. I mean, it's pretty slow, but it's still faster than the last one. No. No? Okay. Okay, maybe I lied. Maybe it's not faster than the last one. I'm just wish casting that it would be faster than the last one. Doop, 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 Okay, there we go. Now, I can unpause it. Raw adamantine. Praise the miners. Deep within this strange place, we've uncovered what must be nothing other than a strange treasure of the gods. But something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry might this be? Something evil is emerging from the newly exposed pocket. Okay. Let's pause here. Open this.
Wintersea cheered. X100.
This hasn't closed just yet. See if I can just get him to switch it real quick. I don't actually want this to close.
Saw_47 cheered.
Wintersea, thanks for the $1. Saw, thanks for the $1. All right, so we've got this critter, which is a mole monster. The mole monster is a very large noseless mole twisted into humanoid form. It appears to be emaciated. Beware its noxious secretions. Let me just also check. Okay. I don't think it has any way in. I could be wrong. The other one is an accrued devil.
Necronivich cheered. X100.
Yes. So this one's moving up. Up and at him. There you go, demony. The accrued devil is a huge feathered iguanodont. It has a long curving horn, and it has a bloated body. Its feathers are long and sparse. Beware its deadly dust. It begins. Where's the other one? Ah! It's also coming. Meaning I can grab this and fucking flip the switch. I realize now it's going to be even harder to survive on the surface, but fucking not my problem. Let's make some zombie demons, shall we? Okay, what are you going for? Because it's definitely something. That's almost a hype train, chat. Oh, is it going for this sucker? Oh, no, it's going for this. I'm hoping we can watch them fight. Although, actually, hold up. Just double checking that that's cleared up.
Letterin cheered. X300.
Thanks for the $3.44, Letterin. What did you do to kill it? Well, it misses, miss, scratched. Okay. What about the other end? We've got dust coming out. We're going to break up the Struggler and the Titan. Potentially. The Struggler has fallen. And so now it's this Titan who's missing a lot of its body versus this devil. Ed Selector, thank you very much for the 5-pack. He's bleeding. Now the question is, wow. Noble crowns. Gored, the abominable zombie, in the upper body. Bruising the muscle and the left lung. What's the other one up to? The mole monster hasn't killed anything yet. You underachieving, unambitious coward. It highly depends on what they're made of. But the thing I'm going to find out today is this devil going to be able to become truly infected? With the zombieisms? That's the question. But they're going to have to go to the other end of the map to find out. This guy just got propelled forward. Chasing the reindeers. Covered in snow. The crude devil goose splatter. Pleasant. Potentially immune. I don't know. Chat room, there is a hype train happening. We've got 3 subscriptions or $14 in bits away to level it up. Prime subs and resubs do matter towards that. Just want to say thank you to everybody who is supporting the stream today, though. What have you killed? Nothing. They've also been hanging around in the side of the map where it doesn't tend to rain as much, or it doesn't seem to rain as much. They really need to go down here, basically. Because this whole area is full of abominable smoke. Also managed to catch a giant mole. Ain't that nifty? Train it, need it. Oh, doesn't feel anything when caught in freak. Maybe they are immune. It doesn't feel anything when caught in freakish weather. Dead as in tired? I hope you're not actually dead, because that'd be wild how you're typing. But demons are kind of like a lot of the other random beasts. It depends on what they're made out of. Look at all of these dead fluffy wamblers. Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are you bleeding? Suddenly it's bleeding like crazy. That's kind of wild. Huh. It seems like Landlar, the Hill of Snakes, killed Noble Crowns, the accrue devil. In fact, immediately goes back to wrestling with the demon, but grabs the Titan by the body with his left wing, attacks the devil, but he scrambles away, bites the devil in the tail, tearing the muscle. He latches on firmly. The Tundra Titan misses him. The Tundra Titan bites the accrue devil in the head, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Okay. Chat room, thank you very much for that little hype train with 5 subscriptions and $6.44 in bits. Hope you got some emotes out of that, guys. Lastly, we got this tundra. Up in the tundra, we have this guy, who's a mole monster. I think he's going to go fight with Darkwing Duck. Please don't kill Darkwing. I will be sad if you kill Darkwing Duckling. What? Those are fluffy wamblers. They only appear in good biomes. They're Dwarf Fortress tribbles, if you've seen Star Trek. Or, chat, post some wamblers. I'm starting to lean they probably are immune, by the way. They're also certainly doing a very good job cleaning up the surface for me. The mole monsters... Oh my god. Well... Here we go again. We got it. We've locked the mid-eternal combat. Now we can watch them level up in real time. While this whole crew fights. That's too fucking funny, man. That is too fucking funny. Oh, also, here comes Chucky. Please, Chucky. Who's Chucky attacking? The child abominable zombie punches the mole monster in the body. Do it, buddy! You got this. You are legendary, after all. Punches the mole monster in the... He's bruising it by punching it with his left hand. He also kicked it. Come on, Chucky, you got this. Come on, Chucky. Don't mind the reindeers. They're just having a party. It is bleeding. It's also now enraged. Come on, kiddo. Bite him good. Child punches the zombie in the upper body, or the mole monster in the upper body, bruising the muscle. He's bruising it. He just needs to... Oh, he hit it so hard in the chest that it actually bruised his lung. Not that demons need to breathe much. Also, paddle special. It's giving him the good old paddle special. Also killed a weasel, apparently. Speaking of, actually. Oh, I guess these don't train. I presumed that they trained, but I guess they don't. Chucky and the Dancing Reindeer, man. Are you defending yourself now? Also, I'd be lying if I said that a new challenger isn't approaching. I just don't think it's gonna do much. Hi, Zos. Bye, Zos. Welcome to my stream. Zombaby, yeah. Zombaby once told me the word... Uh-oh. I have a ghost on the map. Nope. Wait, please tell me the baby joins in. Baby not joining in. Well... Now, okay, it's bleeding occasionally now. Can you be the danger ball? You know it's about to die, right? Like, it's probably about to die. You can have it. But my money's on Chucky over here. But what would you... Just Lanix? Lanix the mole monster never is in the slightest bit cheerful about anything and never feels discouraged and has an incredibly calm demeanor. You also didn't call yourself Zombrie when you wake up early. Yeah, because your name's Bree on Discord, isn't it? Never missing a chance to lash out in verbal hostility, disdains even the best advice of associates and family, relying on strictly her own counsel. She does not feel the slightest need to pay back any favor done for her. And she's deliberately cruel to those unfortunate enough to be subject to her sadism, and she is shameless. She is unfazed by the thoughts of others, and she is never moved by the emotions of others. She sees others as selfish and conniving, and is assertive to the point of aggression, and is unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise. And she will occasionally overindulge, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she likes to take it easy, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She has an active imagination. She prefers to prefers to present herself modestly, and she is stubborn. Welcome to the fort, Lanix the mole monster. Even though you're probably just going to fight for all eternity and then die at some point. Also, you've been fighting for so long that your wounds are becoming scars, by the way. And Kiddo here is leveled up to a proficient biter. And is actually moved from punching to scratching, which is how he's making you bleed. As for the kid, I'm sure the kid has similar injuries. He's like kind of a mangled blob. Like a puddle of flesh. At this point. Is that a baby? Yes, that is in fact a baby. Mm-hmm. So chat room. This is nuts. I have to say, I think that this sequel might be living up to expectations. What do you guys think? I feel like right now I'm watching an anime and they're all just charging up and getting ready to hit each other for the second time in the third episode. Because I'm still, like, completely fucked. Like, the fort is still completely fucked, basically. You're starting to think that this is the Dwarf Fortress? Well, for whatever it's worth, I also have a save that of this world before any of these embarks. So I could continue to milk this for all eternity. Here is your arena. Well, I still want an arena in Thunderpants, but... We need 5 minutes of screaming first. All right. Ah! And then cut to flashback. Ah! What's funny is he keeps starting to bleed and then ceasing to bleed. You're still improving skills? What skills? I guess you don't have much dodging. Hey, chat. Be the screaming in the anime. Also, Lobster's less pissed off now. I guess, like, hanging out in the tavern for a bit's helping them. Because Lobster's less pissed off now. Look at that. Me too, Celestars. So scream at the anime. Or don't. I don't know. Live your life. Also, letting them socialize is probably also helping? Helping, yes. And also, let's just go down into here real quick. So I'm in an ad break for the moment. Let's use shale. All right, I'll get them doing that. And jump back up to the screaming Lanix mole monster versus the zombified dwarven child. Good old Chucky. Paddle special. Do you have any family members I recognize? Because this child has like a humongous family. Because I've done so many forts in this world over the years, I was really hoping, and I'm still really hoping, that I find a dwarf that's like, oh my god, you're related to... Dwarf name I recognize, but no luck. So, I'm starting to think we may have just another Eternal Combat nightmare. I'm starting to think. I think that there's a relatively good chance that they just keep fighting for a while. Baby doesn't seem too bothered by this. And Darkwing McQuack up here did kill a Titan, but isn't really getting involved. Depends on whether or not you're watching or taking part, Big Baza. That would be what I have to say. It depends on who's taking part. Meanwhile, Bismuth had a Forgotten Beast Outpost liaison. Yeah, okay, so there's something real wrong with World Gen. Maybe it's a good thing, I don't know. Play weird fort for unique opportunity. Let's just real quick get some more bedrooms cleared up and made. Let's just go here, go here, go here, go here. Make some doors. And then just make some beds. That's all that we needed was the one, but hey. So I'm curious about you. Beware his noxious secretions. His eyes are silver. He suffered a minor... He's annoyed after suffering a minor injury. Minor. I guess it is technically... They're all technically minor injuries. There's just a lot of them. Bismuth in YouTube chat had an outpost liaison arrive on their map. That was a Forgotten Beast, who then immediately died. I had an outpost liaison once that was basically an angel. It was a necromancer experiment that then flew to the top of the map. Also, you're standing in a pool of abominable smoke, which also I guess means that these guys are immune to it. And also, I don't think you have any teeth left. Yeah, your teeth are gone. And your ability to grasp is somewhat... They are very slowly killing it. I would like to announce, this child is very slowly killing the dwarf, I think. Or no, the child is very slowly, literally just kicking it to death. Never mind. Chucky has been struck down, chat. The mole monster kicks the child. Smoke zombie in the head with her right paw. And the injured part collapses. Meanwhile, the baby over here doesn't feel anything seeing Chucky die. Someone call Chuck Sr., I think, is what we need to do. I'm gonna memorialize Chucky and the Struggler, is what I'm going to do. I'm also going to go back down to here and close this. And there was something that must be a treasure of the gods in here somewhere. So what was it? The helmed boots. It's a long, flashing metal crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. Which I shall presume will be safe if I dig through this. Let's channel up through here. Channel up through here. Channel down through there and down through there. And dig this out. Well, actually, no, don't dig that out. That'll cause lava to flow everywhere. But I'm going to let all this lava out. Although, maybe it would be easier if I do it this way. Dig that out and this out. So we're now getting ready to move back down. Dig deeper. While our dwarves feast as the fighting on the surface comes to an end. And I think that there's a ghost on the map somewhere. Maybe not. No, I see. Chucky was struck. I guess Chucky was struck down. Was the notification? I don't know. But chat room, it's early winter. The population is 27. We saw a duckling kill a titan and a child fight with a demon for, like, a month. We saw entire migrant waves die. And to have found adamantine. I've got bad news, chat. I've got to call it. If it's possible to cross the ocean in adventure mode, if you don't need to breathe, you can walk along the bottom of it, YouTube chat. And if you can fly across it. Those are the two ways to get across it. So if you can breathe underwater, you can walk underneath it. If you can fly across it. Twitch chat, stick around. We're going to go raid somebody. YouTube chat, if you guys want to come raid somebody with us, pop over here onto Twitch. I'm actually going to a free concert that's happening in town, so I'm going to be heading over there tonight. I'm planning to stream tomorrow, but I'm planning to take the Friday off this week. I haven't taken a Friday off in like 5-6 weeks now. And the reason I want to do that is I would like to get some editing done. I've got a video I need to finish, and I've got a video I need to finish, and I would like to start reworking on another video that has been stalled for some time because I've been streaming a lot more than I normally do. Not to say that I stream a crazy amount, but I've been streaming more than I normally do. After taking a real quickie wiki looky at who's on. I think I've got a target. YouTube chat, I'm shutting you down now. Thank you very much for hanging out today, though. I hope that you enjoyed the stream as much as everybody else seems to have. And I will see you guys tomorrow, same time, normal channel. More dwarfs. Won't be as long as today, though, because I do have to pick up groceries in the evening. But thanks for hanging out, YouTubes. We'll see ya. All right, guys. You ready to go raid someone? Yeah, and if anybody's in Victoria, go to down, like, City Hall, basically. There's a free concert happening. Just taking a real quick peek at who's on. Chat, do we raid the person with one viewer? or the person with 10 viewers? The person with 1 viewer we've never rated before, though. I'm seeing a big circle. I'm a fan of circles. We're going to go raid the 1 viewer stream. Okay.